Chapter 9:17. Kacha! In the huge room surrounded by a sea of golden runes, the brilliant golden light turned into a sea of light that drowned everything. It was very beautiful, and there was an extremely sacred energy circulating in it. In the corner of the room, a group of people gathered together calmly. They weren't surprised at all when they saw this strange phenomenon. From time to time, they would glance at the only person who was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, and their eyes flickered with a faint light. It wasn't until a crisp sound suddenly rang out that everyone was stunned. This sound sounded as if something had broken. They turned their gazes. The star array disk that was originally floating in front of Yun Nuashing and was surrounded by many stars suddenly burst open with a crack that ran through the entire array disk. This woke him up and also stunned everyone. Bang! The star array disk didn't last for long. Cracks spread and quickly covered the entire array disk. With a crisp explosion, it suddenly exploded into pieces. The pieces floated in front of Yun Nuashing, and the colors of the star field still illuminated his stunned face. The brilliance of the sea of light didn't weaken, but Yun Nuashing was stunned. He stared at the shattered array disk in front of him like a fool. There was a touch of disbelief in his reddish-black eyes, and everyone was a little stunned. After a while, Ming and Zian hurriedly ran over and waved their hands in front of him. "Little star!" Yun Nuashing shuddered. His body suddenly trembled as if an electric current had passed through it. He quickly hugged himself with his arms and shuddered as if he was frozen. He took in a few cold breaths. "Ah, I feel like I've seen something incredible." After a while, Yun Nuashing gently rubbed his hands on his forearms. His cheeks twitched, and he said something that confused everyone. "What's that?" Yuan, she couldn't help but ask. Yun Nuashing stared blankly at the shattered star array disk. He sighed and put it away, then said, "Well, it has nothing to do with the present. I just saw that in the near future, there suddenly appeared something that could make my life a mess and even change me. Well, I just couldn't see it clearly." In the near future, everyone was suspicious. Based on this guy's perception of time, this not too long made them very suspicious. What's the specific time frame? Yun Nuashing calculated with her fingers and said, "Probably between 100 to 10,000 years. I can't see clearly. That something is extremely disruptive. Before my power of divine right is restored and I can't use divine statue deduction, I can only see a vague approximate value." "Well, it won't happen in the near future. This won't affect you guys. It seems to be only related to me. At the very least, I have to be prepared. After all, that feeling after meeting that thing, my life has undergone a drastic change. It's very strange." Seeing Yun Nuashing's strange look, everyone looked at each other and then shrugged. Although they didn't know what he was talking about, they felt that he was very powerful. Moreover, they didn't seem to be able to get involved, so they would just let him worry about it for the time being. Everyone was already used to this kind of thing. In any case, he had been like this during this period of time. "Well, you can do your own thing. We'll cultivate for a while more." Yuan, she held the back of his head with both hands. In his mouth, he held a certain heavenly treasure that he had plundered from Yun Nuashing's treasury. It was shaped like a bamboo. Just by looking at the spiritual energy on it, one could tell that it wasn't something simple. He held it in his mouth and chewed gently. Speaking of which, it's been a year. Lin Sheng suddenly sighed, causing everyone's footsteps to stop. Everyone also sighed. It's been a year. This year wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. They had been cultivating here for a year. Most of their time was spent comprehending these golden runes. The rest of their time was spent listening to Yun Nuashing's preaching of the Tao. Moreover, it was a preaching of the Tao based on local materials. While they were at it, they would compare notes with each other. If they felt inflated after advancing, they could find that preaching Tao Grandmaster to torture themselves. In this half a year, almost all the people in the demon tier had advanced to the demigod tier. Many of the demigod tier had advanced to the beginner god tier, such as Zian, Yuan Shi, Nightmare, Chu Yingzhan, Ding Mingyu, and the others. Moreover, they had undergone their tribulations here. Their original bodies had been destroyed, and only their souls were left. After a difficult reconstruction, they had advanced to the beginner god tier. Congratulations! All of you are now god-level experts. Yun Nuoxing said with a smile that was like a flower. Everyone was paralyzed on the ground, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Originally, they thought that there would be no tribulations in a place filled with divine runes. But in the end, the golden runes here directly transformed into various tribulations. They didn't have to worry about not having enough tribulations. There were also various ways to go through tribulations. Yuan, she was simply struck by lightning. Nightmare was a little more advanced, and he was struck by devil thunder. When Xian was undergoing her tribulation, the 5 elements were in a riot, as if trying to disintegrate her incomplete 5 elements origin from the inside. Chu Yingzhan's tribulation was accompanied by tornadoes and earth-shattering. Ordinary people's tribulation to advance to the beginner god tier was basically accompanied by rolling thunder. Those who were abnormal all had their own reasons, and there were also differences in strength. When everyone was undergoing their tribulations together, it could be said to be fancy tribulations. Heavenly thunder and whatnot were no longer common. Now they were doing something else. Elemental riot was more difficult, while heavenly thunder was less difficult. The former was also known as the elemental tribulation. Although both were tribulations, the degree was different, and the suffering that they had to endure was not the same. When the elemental tribulation appeared, even the elemental power that one had mastered would become one's enemy, and the elemental power outside would also be full of hostility. There would be internal and external troubles, and if one was not careful, one's body and soul would be destroyed. However, Yun Nuoxing was here, and she wouldn't leave them in the lurch. It feels a little unreal. Lin Sheng scratched his head. This kind of thing, other than imagining, I didn't have any other thoughts about it. Even if we really encountered the god's relic, it probably had nothing to do with us. There's so many strong people in this world, and the god's relic is the battlefield of some high-level gods. We're just demigods. A long time ago I thought the same. Although I'm the young master of the Yuan family, I still thought that those high-end god's relic and whatnot were the adults' business. Yuan, she also patted Lin Sheng's shoulder with some emotion and said, "It wasn't until I met Little Star that I realized that so many impossibilities were possible. The God's Dojo, the Forbidden Elemental Zone, the Forbidden Land, the Small World, the 5 Elemental Realm, and the God's Relic. These things sound impossible, but I've experienced them all. Meeting the boss is our biggest opportunity." Nightmare smacked his lips and couldn't help but say, "Yuan," she stared at him. "At that time, you were still fighting with Little Star." Nightmare scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. "At that time, I just wanted to compare notes with the boss. It wasn't as serious as you said. The title of the spirit-receiving godly body, recognized as the #1 person in the younger generation. Isn't it exciting just thinking about it? But how can 2 moves be enough?" Nightmare said excitedly, "Yeah, someone would compare notes with Little Star whenever he had time. He's been beaten so many times." Yuan, she looked at him strangely. This guy would go and spar with Little Xingxing whenever he had the time. Every time, he would be killed by Little Xingxing effortlessly. He did not even consider his own strength. Little Xingxing's hand had the power to kill gods. "Master, Father also said that young Master Yin has the power to disturb the future. At that time he was only a spirit-receiving godly body. Only a spirit-receiving godly body." Qin Yen said softly. She usually addressed the Qin family's master, who was her father, as the master in front of outsiders. However, there were no outsiders here, so she changed her way of addressing him. "Oh, old Master Qin, I think so too." Yuan, she sighed and turned to look at Qin Yen. He teased, "Speaking of which, you and Little Star have a wedding ceremony, right?" Boom! Qin Yen was stunned. A blush appeared on her pretty face. On Yun Nuashing's side, there was a loud boom. Something exploded. Everyone was stunned. Had he been listening to their conversation all along? Yun Nuashing coughed twice. The billowing smoke dissipated, revealing her beautiful, fair face. Yun Nuashing widened her scarlet eyes and glared at Yuan Shi. "Can you King talk about something that won't disturb my state of mind?" Yuan Shi chuckled and nodded. He then said to Qin Yen, "This is a future god. Moreover, there's a 99% chance that he'll become a god with super potential. What do you think?" Bang! Qin Yen blinked at Mei Mao. How could she not hear the teasing in Yuan Shi's words? She immediately turned her head and said softly, "We still have to see what young Master Yun thinks. My family is too small. I might not be worthy of this future god." Boom! "Hurry up. Set a time quickly. Get rid of the boss. There's no time like the present. Why don't you return to the Qin family after the Mystic Realm trip and let old Master Qin Hai host it? We'll bring our stuff over to celebrate with you too. Rumble, what the CK? Yun Nuashing finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He jumped up and roared furiously, "Go to the side where it's cool and stay there. Don't disturb me." Zian and Ming saw this and could not help but burst out laughing. Little Star is so cute when he's flustered and exasperated, like a kitten with its hair standing on end. Ming could not help but laugh as she pointed at his long hair. Yun Nuashing was speechless. Yun Nuashing was so angry that he jumped up from the ground. He pointed at the crowd and stammered for a long time. His face was red as he roared, "Fine, you win." Then he strode to the side. "I'll scram. Everyone. He's throwing a tantrum." Zian and Ming turned around and gestured for everyone to be quiet. Then they jogged to catch up with Yun Nuashing, who had not gone far. Bing Air thought for a while and also followed. When he heard the soft footsteps behind him, Yun Nuashing could only stop helplessly. This place was so big, and this place was only so big. No matter where he ran, there would be people following him. It was the same no matter where he went. After moving a little further away, he simply sat down. A thumb-sized golden bead floated in front of him. On the bead, there were strange patterns drawn by blue lines. It looked like a golden elixir with elixir patterns. However, this bead did not emit a strange fragrance. Instead, there was a familiar energy circulating inside. The golden light flickered slightly, making the golden runes here brighter. "Brother, what's that?" Ming stopped beside Yun Nuashing and looked at the golden bead floating in front of him. He blinked at Mei Mao curiously and asked. Yun Nuashing pointed to the sky and then drew a circle in the air. He said, "It's the carrier of all the golden runes in this space." After thinking for a while, he continued, "I'm imprinting the information contained in these golden runes. It's almost done. Once I'm done, I can leave." Yuan Shi and the others, who were slowly following behind, heard the word leave and couldn't help but jump up. They jumped in front of Yun Nuashing and said in surprise, "We can leave." "When?" Yun Nuashing looked at him speechlessly and said, "We can leave now. I've already activated the golden runes according to the rules. Now the door can be opened at will. I'm just recording the information in these golden runes." After saying that, Yun Nuashing looked at him with a strange expression. "You've already experienced the effect of cultivation in this place. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Maybe there won't be such a good place for you to cultivate in the future. In the ancient times, I've seen a few gods' spiritual bodies. Others could bear the loneliness of tens of thousands of years and cultivate to become high-level gods. Once they were born, their names would shake the world. You, on the other hand, are impetuous and can't sit still." Hearing Yun Nuashing's words, Yuan Shi's handsome face turned red. He scratched his cheek and said with a dry smile, "Hey, other people have their own cultivation methods. I have my own cultivation method. If I just cultivate and do nothing for tens of thousands of years, wouldn't I be bored to death? To put it bluntly, you have to have the mentality to live through life. You can't be anxious. Yun Nuashing looked at him indifferently and then sighed. As long as you like it. The door is already open. If you want to go out first. I still have something to do. A year has passed in the void mystery land. If there's anything, hey, there's no hurry. Anyway, we'll just wait. You work first. I'll cultivate for a while more. Before he could finish, Lin Sheng interrupted him. Then he quickly sat down cross-legged, calmed his heart, and focused his mind. Gradually, he entered the state of cultivation. That's right. There's no hurry. Slow down. Seeing that everyone had sat down to cultivate, Yun Nuashing glanced at Yuan Shi. The latter scratched his long hair awkwardly and didn't say anything. He could only smile and sit down to cultivate. This time it didn't take long. In just 3 days, Yun Nuashing recorded all the information in this huge room into the golden bead and put it into the pendant. This was the lifetime cultivation experience of a heavenly god. It was very useful and had a fatal attraction to many emperor gods. Isn't the demon world about to be born? At this time, it shouldn't be a problem to make some people in the 9 gods' temple stronger by a few levels. When everyone asked how he planned to use this thing, Yun Nuashing said with a smile, "With my methods, it's quite fun to forcefully raise a dozen emperor gods to the level of gods. Well, let's see what Sister Jean and the others choose. I won't interfere." Everyone smiled bitterly. When you first said that you already had the idea of interfering, why did you suddenly want to mourn for the powerhouses of the demon world? Was it really the right decision to be born this time? If they encountered such a demon, would they be played to death? In these 3 days, everyone once again consolidated their rapidly increasing strength. When the group was ready, Yun Nuashing pushed open the door blocked by the golden runes. The golden runes quietly dissipated and the light dimmed. As the runes on the door dimmed, the golden runes in the huge room also dimmed in an instant. They merged into the ground and disappeared. This place became a black room with nothing. Nothing existed. It was as if the golden runes had disappeared. After leaving, they won't appear again. This is a one-time opportunity. However, it will last forever until the people inside come out. Yun Nuashing sighed and waved at the empty door. Goodbye, as if they were bidding farewell to the ancient god. Everyone also bowed silently. They didn't know who this god powerhouse was. They followed Yun Nuashing's words and didn't look at the memories of his life. Therefore, no one knew who he was. Perhaps Yun Nuashing knew, but he didn't say anything. The reason was that it was useless for them to know. Although it was reasonable, they still felt a knot in their hearts. This time, the entire divine spirit palace dimmed. The field of vision also became purely decorative. Any movement made here would no longer affect the starry sky. There was nothing special about this divine spirit relic anymore. From the beginning to the end, there was only one path, a path that led to that place. They spent a year there. It was very fast, but also very long. However, the things that happened were earth-shattering. Many people from the half-demon rank entered the upper 3 seals of the demon rank. The demigod rank advanced to the beginner god rank. As for Yun Nuashing, he was still tragically in the 2nd seal of the demon rank. He was the lowest rank here, but no one dared to underestimate him. The power of the 2nd seal of the demon rank was more than enough to deal with them. After coming out of the divine spirit relic, Yuan, she couldn't help but stretch. He looked at the empty sky and took a deep breath of fresh air. He had an intoxicated look on his face. The air outside is still the best. Speaking of which, we didn't do much in this trip to the hidden territory. Lin Sheng wrinkled his nose and said, "We went to the 5 elemental realm for almost 2 months. Half a month after we came back, we entered the divine spirit relic again. This time it was even more exaggerated. We were in there for a year. Isn't the so-called hidden territory trip just the same? We came in to find opportunities to improve our strength. What else do you want? Or do you think this trip isn't special enough? Do you think you didn't improve enough? Do you want to reach the beginner god rank in one go? Yun Nuashing looked at Lin Sheng and said calmly. Everyone was stunned. The change in his voice surprised them. You became so cold as soon as you came out. Lin Sheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, it's just a sigh. Everyone rested on the grass outside for a while. Little Purple Soul was still hanging on Ming's wings, laughing and playing around. The latter didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl kept playing with her wings. She couldn't scold or say anything, so she could only let her be. Huh. Yun Nuashing looked up and was suddenly stunned. Her eyes gradually became deep, as if she had discovered something. Everyone sighed helplessly. They couldn't help but complain in their hearts that they didn't get to rest. Then they looked at Yun Nuashing. Tell us, what's wrong? Oh, I just wanted to sigh. It seems that the hidden territory trip has come to an end. Yun Nuashing pointed at the sky. She was gliding around in the sky, and then she stopped in one direction. Little Purple Soul looked up excitedly. Her giggling voice surprised everyone. Brother, the blue light in the sky has all turned golden. There's only one red spot left. Chapter 918. Under the distorted starry sky, there was a golden grid of energy veins. A year ago, after Yun Nuashing and the others reversed the energy nodes in the god's relic, it gradually became what it was now. Wherever the golden energy flowed, the blue energy veins turned golden. Even the red energy veins automatically turned golden. According to Yuan Shi's words, it was like a master key. If one accidentally touched it, the entire mystery land would start to turn. Well, although I know that after a year there is no change in the mystery land, but the energy veins have almost changed by themselves. It is a good thing, but after leaving the god's relic after a year, no one came to the outside of the god's relic. The space in this place was chaotic, and there were no signs of entering the god's relic. No one would guard a seemingly worthless palace for nothing. A year was enough to wear out most people's patience. In the chaotic area, the number of God's relic and the number of God's palaces was much less than in other areas. The most important one was the God's relic, which caused this area to be particularly deserted. Very few people were there. The huge pit, left by the big explosion a year ago, still surrounded the chaotic area. It was very spectacular and also very scary. Someone had gone into this huge pit before. It was said that they had to fly down for 2 hours before they saw the bottom of the huge pit. It was a strange and chaotic area. If they had to describe it, it was the same as what Yun Nuashing and the others had seen when the void was blown up. It was chaotic and chaotic, just like when Order was born. To put it simply, this mystery land had been blown up. At this time, the person who caused the big explosion was calmly looking at the creature that he had created. He couldn't help but sigh. People go crazy when they come. I won't take the blame for this. It's the elements of chaos' fault. I didn't do anything wrong. It's the world's fault. They had already left the chaotic region. The energy reaction of the elemental chaos on Yun Nuashing's body suddenly dropped to 0, and he fell to the ground. However, Ming reacted quickly and caught him. When everyone came to their senses, he was no longer as cold and domineering as when he used the elemental chaos. His current carefree manner was the familiar Yun Nuashing that everyone was familiar with. But, Ming, you're almost strangling me to death. Yun Nuashing's face turned green as she patted her arms that were wrapped around her stomach. Ming's pretty face reddened, and she hurriedly relaxed a little. I was afraid that Big Brother would fall, so Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. Are you afraid that I will break your brother's waist if I fall? I didn't treat you badly, did I? The Void Zone and the Chaos Zone were on opposite sides of each other. The explosion had also dug out 1/3 of the Void Zone. The area outside the center of the Void Zone was not affected, but the surrounding areas had been blown to smithereens. Only a huge crater was left as a tragic reminder of what had happened. There were a total of 16 regions in the void mystery land. Although it was said that there were 16 regions, Yun Nuashing and the rest had only set foot in 9 or 8 regions. They had not been to the other regions. Lin Shang and the rest had gone to the right half of the special elemental region, but it did not seem any different from the other regions. Originally, there was another place that was very mysterious to them, but no one dared to go there. It was the right side of the 6 regions in the middle. There was a dark region at the bottom of the special elemental region. Not many people dared to set foot there because it was really strange. Even the space and air were filled with an ominous black aura. Now, they knew what that dark region was. It was filled with chaos and made everyone feel uncomfortable. It was as if they were naturally repelled by that place. It's probably the dark element. The Void Mystery Land is more or less related to the ancient times. To the people of that era, the dark element was not a very secret thing. It was just a dangerous thing. The right level of danger was enough to make everyone fight against it. Yun Nuashing sounded quite resentful when she said the last sentence. It seemed that even though she had left the chaotic state and no longer put herself in Quarter Moon's memory, she was still full of resentment about those things. Although she would not see those extra memories from the first person's perspective. No matter how many times she emphasized it, they were more or less his past life. Seeing his past life being repelled by this world, it was already good that he did not take revenge on this world. Did he expect him to be grateful and say, "Ah, luckily I didn't die. Thank you for being merciful"? That was only because no one dared to touch him after he became a god. Sensing that he was not in a good mood, she quickly changed the topic. "Speaking of which, do you guys feel that this space doesn't seem quite right?" She pointed at the sky. They had already left the chaotic region and entered the void region. The sky had also changed from a starry sky to a purple-black void. Everyone had seen such a scene before. The void was the same in the 8 primordial realms, but there were differences in strength. Its representatives and existences would not be too different. When they just returned, they saw the void creature named Ji Kuan. The latter had probably run off somewhere to sleep comfortably. She was not pointing at the sky but the space. Everyone paid more attention to it and found that there was a faint sense of distortion in the space. It was not like the distortion they saw in the chaotic region. The chaotic region itself was distorted due to the influence of the elements of chaos. However, there was no longer any elements of chaos in this place. The dark elements were also condensed in that region and the 16 sacred objects. It was impossible for them to appear in these places. Moreover, the power of the dark elements only changed the rules. There was no discomfort brought by the powerful force here. The space has begun to fluctuate weekly. It has been going on for a long time. We are definitely not the first to notice it. Yun Nuashing looked up for a moment, then lowered her head again. She squeezed her palm as if she sensed something. The space factor is vibrating weekly. This feels like, after pondering for a while, Yun Nuashing frowned suspiciously. It's like the premonition that the innermost space is about to be exposed. At that time, when I saw the small collapsed world in the eye of the storm, it gave me such a feeling at the last moment. Is this arcane realm also a small world? Hearing her words getting more and more complicated, everyone shook their heads in distress. They did not quite understand what she was talking about. Even Ming, who had been in that world before, did not feel the feeling of the inner space being exposed. He did not understand what she meant, but it was not easy to know. In short, this world was very strange. After all, this void arcane realm was destroyed by the Shadow Emperor and Purple Knight in the late stage of the Primordial Age. Logically speaking, not even a speck of it should be left. What is the arcane realm? Lin Sheng could not help but ask, is it a small world? Or is it a hidden space? There are many types. The arcane realm could be a space created by some powerful treasure of heaven and earth. After countless years of growth, it would become a sacred place filled with natural treasures. It could also be a small world, a complete small world, or a small world that failed to evolve. There are also spiritual worlds, and other worlds that dissipate with the passing of their owners without control. If the owner had modified the spiritual world while they were alive to contain a little bit of the power of the natural order, their existence would slowly be exposed to the world and become an ownerless object. It would become a natural area that retains its original appearance. If it is not destroyed by a powerful force, it would never dissipate, Yun Nuashing said. In short, these hidden secret areas that are not on the map of the realm of the gods are all arcane realms. The difference between arcane realms and small worlds is that most arcane realms do not have life. There are some small worlds that have failed to evolve, and the life in them may have been annihilated. Similarly, there are still some things left behind that can be treated as arcane realms. It is easy to mistake the two, but once a small world is born with a small world core, it will be very different. There are tens of millions of arcane realms left behind in the realm of the gods, and some of them might be small worlds that were once destroyed. Yuan, she scratched his head and asked, You just said that this arcane realm has many layers of space, right? What is in the innermost layer of space? The things that this world wants to hide. Yu Nuashing raised his chin, looked down at this world, and said, The deepest secrets of this secret realm are all buried in the innermost space. This is also the case for small worlds. If this secret realm is not naturally formed, then there must be something hidden in the innermost space. And in fact, this Jiasu secret realm is also not naturally formed. From what I can see, this should be a small world created by a powerful race in the far old era, a world of its own. When I entered this Jiasu realm, I found many traces left behind by people. The scars of war that covered the entire arcane realm, the cracks in the earth, the things left behind by the high-ranking gods are all hidden in the second layer of space, the two different symbols left in the cave, and the ritual square. Yun Nuashing muttered. After a while, her eyes flickered slightly, and she raised her head and said, It should be like this. In the later stages of the primordial age, this small world was destroyed by the combined efforts of the Shadow Emperor and Violet Knight. Originally, this place should have been filled with many high-level gods, and these scars might have been left behind from that destructive battle. As for what Violet Knight said about this place being completely destroyed, either she remembered it wrong, or this world was not destroyed, and a part of it was used to block the attacks of the two gods, but the price was that part of the surface area of the land was sacrificed. Then, what happened after that should have happened many years later. In this deserted small world, the order and rules of heaven and earth were still the same as they were in the later stages of the primordial age, and the energy inside was enough to slowly restore the vitality of this world. After who knows how many years, another kind of life form was born from the fragments of this broken small world, which were the natives of this place. Those might have been the ruins of the demonic and immortal tears that we first saw. As for how they disappeared, whether they perished or left, I am not sure. After a long time, until now, this place has become the Jia-Su mystic realm that we know of. Maybe this is what really happened in this world. But I still feel that there is something I can't quite put my finger on. Yun Nuashing frowned, rubbed her bangs, and murmured in a low voice. Is there something wrong? Xian asked. Yun Nuashing nodded hesitantly. The Shadow Emperor's memory is not very complete. I don't really remember why the Shadow Emperor destroyed this place. But at that time he was already an Empyrean god, and he fought with the Empyrean god here and defeated him. After that, he used all his strength to completely tear apart the space, time, and all elements of this small world. Logically speaking, this world should no longer exist. If you can't figure it out, then don't waste your time thinking about it. Yuan, she shrugged and pointed into the distance. Look, there are people up ahead. There is also a strange black building. That place should be the Void Fortress. I also see that red thing. This must be the location of the final energy node. What's the use of converting it here? Maybe it will open the final layer of space. Yun Nuashing shrugged. Maybe we will see the heart of the world. Everyone raised their heads. The black building that Yuan she was talking about was very eye-catching. They could see it at a glance. Was that a huge city floating in midair? A palace? Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a castle. It was flowing with a purple-black color, like the color of the void domain. A purple river and a black river flowed above and below it. They spiraled and intertwined in midair like silk ribbons, but they did not merge into the same color. If one looked at the source of the long river, they would be surprised to find that the source of the long river had appeared out of thin air. The purple river in the sky, if one looked up, felt like it was falling from the void domain in the sky. If one looked down at the black river, they would feel like it was connected to the black land. But if one chased the source of the long river to the source, they would realize that both rivers had appeared out of thin air. In the end, they spiraled 3 times around the castle-like palace before falling into the black land or the purple-black sky. Many people had already gathered in the sky. Most of them had rushed over because they knew of the existence of such a place. Many of them still felt regretful about the gods' relics and wanted to come here to try their luck. The Void Fortress was mentioned in many places in the secret realm. It was mentioned in many palace relics. Regardless of whether it was Yun Nuashing, the old generation, or the new generation, they all mentioned the Void Fortress. This kind of widespread fame gave a glimmer of hope to many people who did not gain much in the secret realm. However, when they thought about who had the key to open the Void Fortress, their hope turned into a faint sadness. At this moment, the owner of the key was swaggering over. Many people turned to look at him. Then, their expressions changed drastically. Most of them were shocked and terrified, while some were still holding on to a little hope. Most of them had such a reaction because they knew that Yun Nuashing was the owner of the key. They also knew that he had caused a huge explosion a year ago that blasted several groups of people into smithereens. Some of them were even present at the scene and were lucky enough to escape without being affected. Now, when they saw the Terror Maker with the hope that they were looking forward to, their expressions were so conflicted that they looked like people who had difficulty choosing whether to go left or right. Suddenly, the world, which originally had some noise, quieted down. It was so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. It was as if a ghost was haunted. Everyone's face turned green as they retreated a great distance. The air became deathly still again. It seems that the big news you caused a year ago is still fresh in people's minds, Chu Yingzhan whispered into Yun Nuashing's ear and joked. What does it have to do with me? That's the fault of the primal chaos elements. I'm not taking the blame. I'm really not taking the blame. You might not believe it, but they started it first. Yun Nuashing shrank his neck and mumbled. When he said this, he felt a little guilty. The primal chaos elements were more or less the representative of the dark side in his heart. It would be a lie to say that it had nothing to do with him. He just didn't want to admit it. All right, there's no need to say anything else. Hurry up and open the door. You don't want to be watched like a monkey, right? Chu Yingzhan pursed her lips and used her smooth chin to point at the Void Fortress in the distance. There was a layer of transparent purple-black barrier that contained the power of the void. Although they didn't know what would happen if they casually touched it, they could more or less guess how dangerous it was when they saw how obedient the people around them were. Yun Nuashing looked at her bitterly and shook his head, helplessly. However, after a while, he narrowed his eyes and pondered for a while before saying, Lin Sheng, there's still a group of people who aren't here, right? Lin Sheng, who had been cozying up to Chu Yingzhan the whole time, was stunned. Ah, yes, they're not following us. They're wandering around in the mystic realm. Yun Nuashing nodded and looked around. Then she laughed evilly in her soul and said, Hurry up and contact them now. Tell them to head to various areas and make preparations. No matter what, let's give it a try. It would be great if we succeed. If we don't, we'll see. After saying this, Yun Nuashing ignored Lin Sheng, who had a strange expression on his face, and touched the pendant. What looked like a key was actually a long spear. Furthermore, it was about 10 feet thick and 40 to 50 feet long. If it wasn't for the spearhead, one wouldn't be able to tell that it was a spear. What kind of person would have to be able to lift this spear? The moment the huge spear appeared, the people around them retreated in a circle. They looked as if they were looking at the Grim Reaper. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This long spear was purple-black in the Void Fortress. It was the key to the Void Fortress. As for how to open it, it seemed very simple. Just throw it out. Buzz! Yun Nuashing held the end of the spear with one hand and lifted it up a little with the other. Then she shouted softly and threw the 10-meter-long spear out. The speed was so fast that it didn't seem like it was from a person who didn't have the strength to catch a chicken. In fact, Yun Nuashing only assisted a little. The long spear was sucked into the transparent barrier of the fortress. There was a clear buzzing sound. Then a medium-sized hole appeared in the transparent barrier. Yun Nuashing clapped her hands and raised her chin at everyone. She said, "Follow me closely. Let's go." I think this is the last part of our journey in the mystic realm. Chapter 919. The Black Castle gave off an ancient aura as it floated in midair. The purple sky and the black earth flowed endlessly on both sides of the castle. The solemn castle had an extremely clean structure. There were many windows that looked like the city walls. It gave off a retro feeling. That might not be right. After all, this was indeed a product from ancient times. It was so ancient that it even resembled the primitive times when humans could only use simple stone weapons and shallow vitality to resist wild beasts. In the entire God's realm, there were not many products as ancient as this black castle. A large hole was pierced through the transparent, purple-black barrier. The savage aura descended from the sky, causing countless people to hold their breaths. Those who could not withstand the aura were forced to descend from the sky onto the black ground. They had to half-kneel to barely withstand the omnipresent pressure. The pressure directly affected their souls, causing them to have no choice but to submit. Buzz, buzz, buzz! An intense buzzing sound resounded in the sky. It was extremely ear-piercing, so ear-piercing that it caused a group of people to involuntarily grimace in pain. At this moment, a large part of the sky had already emptied out. Most of the people were unable to withstand this barbaric pressure. They either retreated far away or knelt on the ground. Only a group of people were still standing firmly in the sky. However, looking at their unnatural appearance, it seemed that they had also been somewhat affected. The reason why they did not behave like the others was because of the person at the very front. The rumbling sound of thunder came from Yun Nuashing's body. The speed of the golden-red blood flowing in his veins sped up countless times. In his soul, several imprints flashed. The imprint of a god and the bloodline of an ancient god circulated loudly, causing his body to emit a circle of bright light. It resisted the terrifying fluctuations coming from the Void Castle and protected the people around him at the same time. This has nothing to do with me. They acted spontaneously because they felt pressured. Feeling the strange gazes of the crowd, Yun Nuashing spread his hands innocently. The imprint of a god and the bloodline of a god were equivalent to a god. Now that they encountered the fluctuations of a god's authority of the same level, how could they be willing to be oppressed? How could these mystical creatures, who were boundlessly powerful beyond the rules, allow others to rule over them? Everyone looked at each other and spread out their hands, not saying anything. In any case, this kind of situation was not the first or second time. This fellow was a protective talisman, a mascot. No matter where he was, he would be able to protect everyone. If his portrait was hung on the door, it would definitely be able to exorcise evil spirits. Clang, while everyone was conversing, the large door in the middle of the huge ancient castle suddenly rumbled open in front of everyone's eyes. The ripples from the ancient castle became even more ferocious. At the same time, the rolling thunder on Yun Nuashing's body became even more violent. As the ripples from the ancient castle became stronger, the strange aura on Yun Nuashing's body became even more solid. In the end, many blurry shadows even condensed behind him. Immediately, an earth-shaking ripple with a terrifying power that could make thousands of Daos submit spread out in the sky with a rumble. Bang! Several extremely resplendent divine right ripples erupted from Yun Nuashing's body. They spread out in all directions like a shock wave, affecting everything in the surroundings indiscriminately. Even Ming Ming and the others beside him felt an irresistible power, almost causing them to lose control of themselves. Fortunately, the eruption of absolute power only lasted for an instant, causing their power to stagnate for a moment. However, the ancient castle had taken on almost 90% of the divine right impact, causing its light to dim significantly. The large door completely opened with a bang. In the end, it completely stabilized with a loud bang. The ripples that had been emitted earlier were like a mouse that had encountered a cat, repelled by an even more powerful force. Rumble! When the door of the castle was completely opened, the void domain in the sky suddenly surged with huge waves. The entire void domain became chaotic and tumbled like a raging sea. Even the sky was trembling. Countless huge abyssal cracks that were hundreds of thousands of feet long appeared on the black ground. The people in the sky and on the ground had been pushed far away by this force. Those who were still standing there were some beginner, god-level experts. Other than them, only Yun Nuashing and the others were still standing. Those who had been pushed away could only sigh. They looked at the void fortress from afar and could not help but shake their heads and sigh. It seemed that the last void fortress had nothing to do with them. Just the opening of the door had caused such a huge commotion. When they entered, they would not even know how they died. After the door opened, the entire void fortress was filled with golden lines that shuttled across the entire fortress. The strange ripples calmed down the divine authority power. Then a golden light suddenly shot out from the door and enveloped Yun Nuashing and the others. "Let's go." The golden light enveloped the group of people. Yun Nuashing said to Ming Ming. Then the group of people rushed out almost at the same time. They followed the golden light and rushed into the black castle. When the other people who were still standing in this area saw this, their minds moved as they rushed towards the golden light at lightning speed. Bang! However, what shocked them was that the person who moved first crashed into the illusory golden light screen. The dull sound made the people who heard it grimace. It was really painful. Damn it. Why can't I go in? That person was dizzy from the crash. He rubbed his head and looked at the golden light channel in confusion. Yun Nuashing and the others had already rushed in. Why couldn't they go in? Are you out of your mind? The holder of the Void Fortress key can enter 2 hours in advance. The others can only wait for 2 hours if they want to enter. Oh, damn it. 2 hours? Everything must have been eaten clean, right? That person roared in exasperation. The others looked at him as if he was an idiot. They couldn't help but sigh. But if they don't open the door, you won't be able to enter for the rest of your life. Instantly, the sky quietened down. Everyone looked at the Void Fortress unwillingly. The golden light tunnel had already dissipated. The group of people from Yun Nua planet had also successfully charged into the Void Fortress, leaving the group of people outside to stare and sigh. If they did not open the door, they would never be able to enter. However, the person who opened the door would have the right to enter and explore for 2 hours first. This debt could be considered settled, but it would cause them to feel stifled. So what now? Let's wait. What can we do if we don't wait? Look at those who haven't reached beginner god level. They are all kneeling in the distance and can't even say a word. You should be glad that you can still stand here after reaching beginner god level. Maybe they didn't gain anything in these 2 hours. After entering, we can still gain something. Even if they have gained a lot, it's impossible for them to search everything clean. We can still pick up some leftovers. Let's see what they can do. This sentence made everyone feel uncomfortable. However, there was nothing they could do. They had already entered. They could only stare blankly from outside. Moreover, with Yun Nuashing and the other's strength, no one had the courage to reason with them. If anyone went up, they would be lucky if the other party didn't give them a punch each. What reason could there be? It didn't exist. In this world, the bigger fist was the truth. If they forced that lunatic to use sun again, they wouldn't even be able to escape in the void fortress. Rich starlight shone in this place from all directions. The starlight cast by the distant stars hundreds of millions of years ago finally reached this place and shrouded this very strange space. At a certain moment, the starlight began to gather at a point. Looking back at the place where the starlight was projected from, one could see an extremely bright sea of light. The entire space became abnormally bright, and this light continued to become brighter and brighter. Puff! In an instant, there was a puff sound like a balloon leaking air. The light that filled the entire space dissipated in an instant. The starlight, the star field, and the stars all disappeared. The bright sea of light also calmed down at this moment. What appeared here again was a void of darkness. There was nothing but a thin layer of light curtain that shrouded a large area. In this dark place, there was a huge floating island floating in the light curtain. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a stone corridor, because this floating island was a stone corridor from the beginning to the end. It floated in the void, lonely and endless. The darkness and loneliness that had lasted for several dozen epochs was suddenly shattered by a dazzling ray of light. A golden space gate suddenly appeared at the very front of the stone corridor. Space suddenly twisted, and the space gate turned into a huge tunnel. Afterwards, figures suddenly shot out from it and landed on the stone corridor. The inside of this void fortress. Wow, it really is the void. As soon as Chu Yingzhen landed, she impatiently looked around. But when she discovered that she was in a pitch-black void domain, she couldn't help but hang her head dejectedly. She inexplicably let out a disheartened sigh, causing everyone to be baffled. What did you think this place was like? Yun Nuashing glanced at her and also looked around. This stone corridor was very spacious. If they stood directly on it, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they had arrived on a huge floating island. However, if they looked down from above, they would discover that this was a stone corridor. It was unknown how long it was, but it was at least 10,000 feet wide. Between the stone corridor and the transparent barrier, there were many huge rock fragments floating. But the Void Fortress, this is something that has been repeatedly mentioned in the Jia Su Mystery Land. It is said to be the last little mystery land. Now that it has been confirmed to be another god's relic, it should be more high-end and grand. Why does it look like this? Chu Yingzhan wrinkled her nose and pointed her finger at the surroundings. There are only smelly rocks in the void. There is nothing here. As soon as she said there's nothing, Yuan Shi and the others looked at Chu Yingzhan mockingly and said, "You think there's nothing here, but that doesn't mean there's nothing here. Even if there is something here, it's not something that we mortals can discover. This is something left behind by the gods, and it's not worth it. That's why it's faster to leave this kind of high-level secret to the professionals. Don't you think so, little Xingxing? Why don't you tell us what's here?" Yun Nuashing looked at him strangely, scratched her head, and signaled Ming to let her go. Then she walked forward to take a look. She turned to the others and spread her hands. "Sorry, there is really nothing here." Yuan Shi and Nightmare twitched on the ground. After a while, they struggled to get up. Little Star, you are joking, right?" "I can joke about small things. But do you think I have ever joked about big things?" Yun Nuashing sighed and looked at them quietly. Everyone laughed dryly. She was right. He never joked about big things. Even when it came to the mythological era, the ancient era, secret stories, and ancient things, he would become very serious and careful with his words. It was as if he was afraid that he would say something wrong. He was very careful and cautious. He was not as carefree as he usually was. This time, it was Chu Yingzhan's turn to laugh. She covered her mouth with her hand and could not stop laughing. You see, I told you that there is nothing here. Yuan, she's cheeks twitched. If there is nothing here, wouldn't it be a waste to come here? Chu Yingzhan was stunned. After a while, she shut her mouth. All right, let's take a look first. This place is not meant to be a joke to others. The gods have their reasons for doing things, and the heavenly gods will not be careless. Saying that there is nothing here might mean that we have not found a way to open it. Have you forgotten about the divine relic that we stayed there for a year? Maybe it is the same here. Yun Nuashing shrugged, raised her chin at the others, and said, Anyway, let's take a look first. Everyone shrugged. At this moment, they were just here to suck up to the big boss. What else could they do other than follow? The group of people walked side by side or in a pile on the wide stone corridor. Some parts of the corridor were not tightly closed. They might not be able to see anything from a high altitude, but when they walked on the corridor, they could see many similar faults and potholes. From time to time, they had to jump over some cracks that were a few meters wide. In this strange place, their strength was suppressed to the point that it was almost non-existent. However, it was not a problem for them to jump over these cracks. It was just that poor Yun Nuashing had to be carried, jumped, or thrown over every time they passed by a crack. Tisk, precious goods should be handled with care. Don't you know that? Yun Nuashing rubbed her waist in pain and glared at Chu Yingzhan angrily. This girl actually kicked her over. What else? Do you want this fairy to carry you over? Chu Yingzhan crossed her arms in front of her chest and glanced at her. Then she turned her head away with a snort. Yun Nuashing had tears in her eyes. She ran over to Ming pitifully and said in a sobbing voice, Ming! Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. How could these two fellows get into a fight at this time? Yuan, she even had the thought of jumping into the crack. However, under everyone's gazes, he calmly gave up on this extremely dangerous action. After all, they had passed through a transparent barrier under the crack. This was the void domain. With his current weak appearance, wouldn't he be killed by the void domain? They walked aimlessly for a long time. It felt like a very long time. When they looked back, they could no longer see where they came from. When they looked forward, they could only see nothing. There was only a broken stone path, broken stone walls, and debris all over the ground. Some of the huge meteorites floating outside the walls were as big as planets and gave off a very oppressive feeling. It's not like there's nothing here. Yun Nuashing suddenly opened her mouth and said something that everyone wanted to hear the most. Instantly, the group of people looked like hungry ghosts who had been starving for decades and saw a table of immortal banquets appear in front of them. Their eyes lit up as they turned their gazes. They saw Yun Nuashing waving his hand at the rock corridor outside. A wave of energy flashed and disappeared. Then a huge rock that was hundreds of feet in size suddenly floated over. Boom! The irregular rock landed on the rock corridor with a loud boom. Everyone felt that this place had sunk a few meters in the void domain. Bang! However, Yun Nuashing was obviously not someone who was interested in rocks. He only glanced at it and then slapped it into pieces. A large pile of rock fragments rumbled and erupted like a volcanic eruption. Dust and rock fragments splashed all over the ground. After a while, when the dust settled, everyone saw that there was a golden object in Yun Nuashing's hand that they had not seen before. It looked like a golden rock. It was oval-shaped and exuded a powerful energy. It looked like a rock, but it also felt soft like a piece of meat. It was about the size of 2 fists. Holding this soft, rock-like object in his hand, Yun Nuashing looked at it. Then he turned to Bing Er and said, Bing Er, open your mouth. Bing Er was stunned for a moment. Huh. While she was screaming, Yun Nuashing shoved the meat into Bing Er's mouth at lightning speed. The latter was so shocked that she didn't even have time to react before she swallowed the golden rock into her stomach. Everyone was stunned. She ate it? Oh, you want it too? Looking at everyone's strange gazes, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Then he waved his hand. Humans can't afford this thing. It belongs to the shifter race. As for its specific function, before Yun Nuashing could finish speaking, Bing Er's pretty face suddenly turned red. Even her ears were red. A layer of pink appeared on her white skin. She opened her mouth and burped. Her blue-gold eyes were a little dazed. After a while, with a bang, she suddenly turned from a great beauty into a palm-sized, four-winged blue dragon. Then she fell softly from midair. Yun Nuashing reached out and caught it. After thinking for a while, he placed it on his head. The little dragon was still rolling around on his head. Its four claws grabbed his long, colorful hair and rolled around. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing helplessly spread his hands. It's like it's drunk. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, they didn't think that this thing was used to make shifter race experts drunk. It was just that Yun Nuashing couldn't be bothered to explain the specifics. They also couldn't be bothered to ask. However, after this incident, everyone paid more attention to their surroundings. They were afraid that they would miss something. However, even if they paid more attention, they wouldn't be able to see anything. Not everyone was like Yun Nuashing, who had that kind of unscientific perception. Just as everyone was paying attention to their surroundings, two huge walls quietly appeared in front of them. Chapter 920. The giant walls that appeared on both sides were huge walls with the color of the star field. Dots of starlight twinkled, and it was no different from the real starry sky. Everyone could even feel the rich power of the stars, just like the field of vision they saw in the god's ruin. However, there were no shrunken stars here, and all the starlight was twinkling in the distance. The two walls were very tall, as if they reached straight into the void domain. No one stopped because of the appearance of the two walls. It was purely because the big boss in front of them was still walking forward slowly without stopping. He had been using his weak, sensing power to sense the surroundings. Since he didn't stop, the others had no reason to stop either. The group walked step by step on the rock corridor that was unknown how long it was like taking a stroll. By the way, in the end, Yuan, she couldn't hold it in anymore and said, "Why do the gods like to hang the starry sky in their palaces?" The god's ruin had the whole palace filled with field of vision that pointed to the starry sky. This seems to be a god's ruin too. When I saw the void domain, I thought it would be a little different until I saw these two giant starry sky walls. This is very starry sky. This is very godly. Yuan, she's cheeks twitched. Everyone was also very curious. They had looked at the starry sky above their heads countless times, but they couldn't see anything strange about it. When the weather was clear at night, they would look up at the sky when they were bored. The bright stars and the bright eternity. They didn't think much of it before, but when they returned from the 5 elemental realms, they felt that the starry sky was a little deeper. Perhaps it was because they saw a miracle in the starry sky, but even so, they still didn't understand why the gods paid so much attention to the starry sky above their heads. Some people just like it because they like it, like me. Yun Nuashing pointed at herself, then pondered for a while. She looked at the giant starry sky wall beside them and said, "Some people can feel something by looking up at the starry sky. The Celestial Master also likes to study the stars. The Celestial Master can shift the stars. There are many more, but they all point to the same clue. There are secrets in the starry sky, whether they are known or unknown. There must be something in the starry sky that attracts the gods to explore. On the other hand, these gods who have poured their life's work into the starry sky also like to hide some things in the places they have poured their life's work into." Yun Nuashing paused and walked towards a huge wall. Then his expression suddenly changed. It became a little fierce and serious, and an aura that could make even the heavens and earth submit to him slowly emerged from his body. If you want to open it, you'll need some special methods. For example, this. The appearance of the godly power caused everyone's cheeks to tremble slightly. They hurriedly retreated a little, who said that this fellow was powerless after being suppressed to the emptiness realm. Didn't they see that he had been using his sensing ability all this while? Now he actually used the godly power in such an exaggerated manner. Was there any way to judge him in this world? Yun Nuashing did not know what they were thinking. She walked to the wall and placed her hand on the wall. She took a deep breath and sent her divine right into the wall. Please show yourself. Buzz. The 4 words she muttered in a low voice caused the huge wall to suddenly tremble. A golden color appeared at the bottom of the huge wall. The golden color doubled in size within a few breaths. Then it suddenly trembled and swept out in all directions of the huge wall. It was like countless threads that were rapidly shuttling through the star field. Moreover, it quickly spread forward. In just a short moment, an incomparably huge picture was woven on the huge wall of stars. It was a picture drawn with the entire starry sky and countless stars. A picture? No, this is more like a deduction. There were some faint traces in the huge picture that flowed with a strange power. Yun Nuashing murmured and rubbed her fingers together. It did not take her much effort to identify the real situation of the picture. Then she turned around and looked at everyone. Seeing that they were somewhat confused, she could not help but be stunned. She hurriedly opened her mouth and shouted, "Wake up!" Her shout contained a soul attack and the godly power. It directly collided with everyone's souls, causing their faces to suddenly turn pale. The confusion in their eyes immediately disappeared. Everyone was stunned. A moment later, a neat row of sweat flowed down their faces. They panted slightly, and only after a while did they tremble and wipe away the sweat on their faces. The group of people packed up in a slight panic. They patted their chests and took deep breaths as if they had been greatly stimulated. However, the scene just now was indeed quite stimulating for them. What just happened? I seem to have seen something incredible. Was it an illusion? Yuan, she panted as he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with his sleeve and asked. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing was also stunned. She thought for a moment but did not answer first. Instead, she asked, "What did you see?" "A grand sacrifice. Countless gods from all over the universe, kneeling and worshipping. The power of all living beings. Oh, the sun, the moon, and the stars? I don't really remember. I remember just now." Yuan, she tried to recall in a daze for a while. After a moment, he shook his head. He could not remember. Yun Nuashing also asked the others, and the answers she received were similar. She vaguely pieced it together and obtained the same thing, a grand sacrifice. The sky god stood on a high platform and gathered the power of all living beings from all over the universe. As for what he wanted to do, no one could remember. They only seemed to remember just now, but they could not remember it after being shaken awake by Yun Nuashing. You guys are quite bold. This is one of the sky god's divine statue deduction. The profoundness in each stroke is enough for all non-gods to comprehend for a lifetime. You guys entered a passive state of enlightenment, so naturally, do you want to disappear from this world? Yun Nuashing put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "You guys were almost wiped out just now. The enlightenment left behind by the sky god is fine, but this is a primitive deduction. It's very easy for you to fall into it and never come back. From now on, seal your senses. You can't touch this yet." Looking at Yun Nuashing's unprecedentedly serious expression, everyone could only smile awkwardly. The strange state they fell into just now did not make them feel enlightened. Instead, they felt dizzy as if a part of their soul was empty. What is it saying? After sealing their senses, the golden picture did not feel as strange as before when they looked at it again. It was as if the golden picture that appeared on the wall of stars was just a very ordinary picture. Even so, they could see some very profound traces on it. However, they did not dare to sense it. They were afraid that they would fall into it and never come back. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and retreated. When the wall appeared in front of them, she stopped. Yun Nuashing looked up at the golden picture of stars and said, "What you guys saw should be the end. This is just the beginning. Take your time and look at it." This was a series of very simple pictures. It was just that every stroke was different. The others could not see anything, but Yun Nuashing could see many traces of deduction. It was a very simple picture. It recorded a small family that once existed in the divine world. There was a person in the family. The gender of this person was not recorded. That person's appearance was also very vague. What was recorded was only bits and pieces of the person's cultivation path. Some were dry and some were hot-blooded. Occasionally, they would encounter setbacks and also escape from death. It seemed like every bit of their life was recorded. They crossed the mortal rank, immortal rank, demigod rank, initial divine rank, and all the way until they reached the post-divine rank. At the post-divine rank, another very special life form appeared on this golden picture. It had a pair of demonic wings on its back and long horns on both sides of its forehead. This was a demon, a post-divine expert of the demon race. It was a powerful demon god that looked down on the world. In the picture, it was fighting a great battle with this demon god. Moreover, the battlefield seemed to be in the demon world. The battle between the two of them destroyed half of the demon world. That demon god faced the sky and roared. The scarlet sky collapsed and the earth shattered. In the end, the two of them fought in the void, causing the void to sink bit by bit. The demon god seized the opportunity and used an extremely powerful attack to destroy the void along with that demon god. Not even a trace of its divine soul was left behind. When they saw that kind of great battle, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their breathing became hurried. It was another great battle between gods. Even if they had seen it in the mausoleum world, this battle seemed to be even more thorough. It was as if they were fighting to the death. After the battle ended, it seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. According to the picture, it stayed in the destroyed void for many years to recover from its injuries. After passing through this picture, it once again returned to the divine world after an unknown number of years. The battle between the divine world and the demon world was still difficult to distinguish. It was not the only god that appeared, and it was not the only god that fell. The divine world has really been plagued with disasters since ancient times. Yuan, she couldn't help but scratch his head. This battle is too tragic. It engulfed the entire divine world. Heaven and earth were torn apart, and the space collapsed. I really have to sigh. It's really not easy for the divine world to still be alive. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This should be something that happened in the later period of the ancient antiquity era. As for whether it was the 70th era or so, I don't really remember. The Shadow Emperor's memory is a little blurry, but one thing is for sure. When the great battle broke out, the Shadow Emperor already existed at that time. Because of the blurry memory, he witnessed the battle but didn't participate. After all, he was still quite weak at that time. Yun Nuashing scratched his head. Looking down, its figure was still hazy and unclear. The divine world was in a mess. The flames of war had been extinguished, and there was still no victory or defeat. How many people had died in the divine world? No one knew the true meaning of this war. It had been passed down from a long time ago. The meaning was simple. Both sides wanted to live on, and both sides wanted to live more comfortably. For this, they did not hesitate to fight to the death. The realm of the gods had participated in this war. The realm of monsters and demons had been stopped, but it could not be said that the realm of the gods had won. It could only be said that both sides had suffered. However, the picture didn't stop here. It continued. The picture in the middle was quite abstract. On the giant star wall, there was an ocean and a giant wall standing on the ocean, the barrier between the sea of time and the primordial realm. Yun Nuashing stretched out his hand and pointed at the ocean and the giant wall. The aura of time seeped out from the picture, and it was completely transmitted. He could feel it. If he couldn't understand the meaning of this, then he would have lived in vain. Yes, the barrier between the sea of time and the primordial realm. Yuan, she nodded. Then he turned his head and looked at him. What does it mean? I took a look at the back. It's a little abstract. It seems that after the battle, the picture at the back has become abstract. I don't quite understand it. What is the meaning of these two things displayed now? Probably. Yun Nuashing pondered for a while, then said, it's probably the first major realm of the post-God level. Only by reaching that level can one walk fearlessly on the sea of time and travel to various time periods and timeline worlds. One can even pass through the barrier of the primordial realm. Don't be fooled by how easy it was when we went to the 5 primordial realms. That was the back door. We borrowed the power of the primordial realm to pass through the barrier of the primordial realm. Once we master the power of the primordial realm, even emperor gods can cross realms. But if we don't master the power of the primordial realm, we have to reach the first major realm of the post-God level before we can use our power to penetrate the barrier of the primordial realm and cross realms. Everyone nodded. Then they looked at the picture behind the sea of time and the barrier of the primordial realm. A scepter appeared. It was a very strange scepter. At the top of the scepter was a galaxy. Countless stars floated on the bright light disk. Everyone looked at Yun Nuashing, indicating that they couldn't understand it at all. In the end, Yun Nuashing also spread his hands helplessly. I don't know what this thing is trying to express either. The group of people fell to the ground. They twitched for a long time and almost couldn't get up. Looking further back, the scepter began to emit a bright light. Around the scepter, there were many more people. They knelt beside the scepter devoutly. Traces of mysterious aura emanated from those people, but they didn't gather on the scepter. Instead, they dissipated and merged into the space. In the picture behind, the scepter's light was even brighter, and the supreme majesty it emitted was even more powerful. The people around it were even lined up in a circle. Some were so excited that they shed tears. Some were hugging something that looked like a book. The pen in their hands danced wildly, as if they were recording something. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. It was as if thousands of rays of light penetrated through the void. Looking into the distance, there seemed to be a sun, a moon, and stars revolving around it. On those stars, there was also an extremely powerful aura of life. The next scene was the one they had just seen. It stood on a high platform made of stars. Its arms were open, and the scepter floated in front of it. Its body was surrounded by a strong aura of stars. The sun, the moon, and the stars appeared at the same time. It was a wonder in the sky. Below the high platform, there was an endless sea of people. The ancient sacrificial syllables seemed to have penetrated the barrier of time and entered their ears without reservation. Those voices were repeatedly reciting a name, telling them the name of a god. A grand voice that penetrated the entire void rumbled and resounded in the entire void. It symbolized the birth of a god. All living things in the heavens should welcome the arrival of this god. This was also a faint respect that the void conveyed to this supreme expert, even if the void itself wasn't friendly with anything. The declaration of the god, announcing your arrival to the entire void. From now on, another god has been born. Yun Nuashing's soft voice made everyone tremble. The birth of a god. Behind this picture was the last picture. The entangled golden threads were tangled messily in this place, forming a ball of wool. Many threads could be seen weaving in and out of the ball of wool, as if they were trying to untie the ball of wool. However, the more they shook, the worse it became. In the middle of this messy ball of wool, there stood a huge question mark. Even though it was also golden, it could be seen at a glance. Everyone stopped here. The picture had already ended. Everything was contained in this huge question mark. It seemed to have unintentionally revealed everyone's state of mind. What was this question mark? They were at a loss. They were at a loss. They didn't know what it meant or what it meant. They didn't know. The road has come to an end. Yun Nuashing sighed. She gently swiped her palm in front of her. The messy ball of wool changed in front of everyone's eyes. It turned into a broken staircase. It broke vertically from the center, as if it was responding to Yun Nuashing's words. The road has come to an end. What? The road has come to an end? What road? Everyone was at a loss. Yun Nuashing stretched out her hand and pointed at the beginning in the distance. She said, "At the very beginning he was just a mortal. Slowly, over a long period of time, he passed the mortal level, the immortal level, the demon level, the demigod level, the initial divine level, the later divine level, and finally stepped onto the high platform of the God realm. What road do you think has come to an end? That God is pursuing the road after the God realm." Yuan, she was shocked. He hurriedly said, "But aren't gods already the strongest?" "Who told you that the God realm is the strongest?" Yun Nuashing glanced at him indifferently. In the ancient era, Quarter Moon and the other 10 gods were still killed. Moreover, I remember saying a few times that there are experts above the God realm. It seems that you have forgotten. Yuan, she was embarrassed. He had indeed forgotten about this matter. After all, when they were talking about this, he had also heard a lot of information. The God realm stands on the 5th step of the later divine level, which is the 5th great realm. Yun Nuashing crossed her palms in front of her. She said, "Since it is the later divine level, it is naturally not as simple as 1 or 2 steps. However, many people's understanding stops at the 5th step. Even Quarter Moon's understanding stopped at the 5th step." Yun Nuashing's face showed a hint of confusion. In the past, Xian Yu was also pursuing the 5th step. The enemies he encountered were not as simple as heavenly gods. They should all be experts above the heavenly God realm. Xian Yin is the same. She is also an expert above the heavenly God realm. However, what is after the 5th step? Quarter Moon thought that after finding Xian Yin, he would have a way to find out. However, before he could get an answer, someone came knocking on his door. "I don't know either. The path is broken, and I can't find a way to take the next step." Xian Yue didn't find it in the past, so he wanted to find a way to continue this broken path. Thus I appeared. I will be the one to test this method. What comes after Sky God? This question has been passed down among the gods. Originally, we thought that reaching the God realm was the end. However, the empty feeling in our hearts tells us that it is far from over. However, how should we go forward? Continue to cultivate? However, I keep feeling that something is missing. It is a very strange feeling. There should be something behind it, but I can't find it. I want to find it, but there is no way. The end of existence. What is there? Chapter 9:21. This scene was like a long time ago, so long ago that his memory was blurred, but he could not forget it because it was blurred. It was a memory that was deeply engraved in his mind. "Brother you have been in seclusion for 10,000 years. Come out and take a breather. What are you doing all day long? What are these strange images? Divine statue derivation. What are you trying to deduce in 10,000 years? Heavenly gods path break? Oh, that sounds amazing. But I have been a heavenly god for so many years. Even if I have no path, I still have to go through the same thing. Don't waste time on this. It won't lead to any results. Maybe there is no one above heavenly God. All right, I was wrong. Don't seal me. Wah, wah, wah. Well, if we're talking about feelings, I more or less have some feelings. My heart feels empty. If you ask me, it should be because of the order of heaven and earth. This is the only reason I can think of. If it is related to the order of heaven and earth. Brother your project is so big. Quarter Moon smiled faintly. It is just a life and death cycle. It will take a few dozen eras. Before they catch up, do your best to set it up. It will take them a lot of effort to find the realm of the gods. I know. I will die when they find me, right? The final battle or something. Sigh. Are those people really above heavenly God? Well, although I don't doubt brother I still find it a little inconceivable. Originally, I thought that the heavenly gods were the strongest, but in the end, they were chased by another group of people who couldn't escape even after fleeing through hundreds of thousands of worlds. Even now, I can still feel their power spreading through the void. Let us help. We still have time anyway. Everyone, come in. Brother Yu is doing something new again. There is something fun. Call the little ones from the temple out to play. Watching the girl in the white robe running out happily, Quarter Moon could not help but smile bitterly and shake her head. In the void domain in the stone corridor, the golden pictures that covered the entire wall had already disappeared. Yun Nuashing's eyes were lifeless as he stared at the last picture in a daze. He did not speak for a long time and even stood there in a daze as if he was in a daze. Little star. Zian gently pulled Yun Nuashing's sleeve and pushed his arm. Yun Nuashing shivered and gradually regained her senses. A moment later, she gently sighed in relief. She looked at the face that was close to her and the people around her. She was also stunned for a moment. She shook her head and tossed aside her messy thoughts. She waved her hand and said, "It's fine. Let's continue walking. There's nothing to see here." Everyone was stunned. He had just said those words and stood there motionlessly. They all thought that something had happened to him. Now, it seemed that nothing had happened to him. In the end, it was Yuan Shi from the death-seeking duo who asked this question. Yun Nuashing paused and pondered for a moment. However, she smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just remembered something." Quarter Moon once used the divine statue deduction to deduce the god's road break. This was also one of the factors that started the long plan that lasted dozens of eras. As she spoke, Yun Nuashing sighed deeply and shook her head. She was a little dispirited. Everyone did not ask further. When it came to the problem of her memory, everyone would be very careful to avoid it. If she accidentally recalled something important, then it would not be fun. Speaking of which, this god's relic is a little boring. It's even more boring than the previous one. Chu Yingzhan directly changed the topic. Relic? This place is more like the god's dojo. Most of the things left behind are for people to comprehend. Didn't you guys comprehend the golden runes in the previous dojo very enthusiastically? All of your cultivations improved by leaps and bounds. Yun Nuashing spread out her hands. Then she used her head to point at the giant wall behind them that was gradually getting farther and farther away. That counts too. It's just that you guys don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Those who are at the beginner god level can try it. As for the rest, don't look at it. If you can't withstand it, you will directly dissipate into the laws and order of heaven and earth. Everyone shook their heads, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Forget about it. They could not afford to try it. Well, since it's the god's dojo, there should be something here that you can't miss. As Yun Nuashing spoke, she raised her head to look at the sky. Everyone slowly raised their heads as well. Then they saw many strange golden, small beasts hovering in the sky. Everyone was stunned. In the sky, there was a golden fish swimming slowly. There was a golden bear lying on a huge meteorite, sleeping soundly with its head buried. What's more, there was a golden dragon flying by. Of course, these small beasts did not look like physical bodies. It was as if their bodies were roughly drawn with golden lines. Then, their illusory bodies were filled with energy. They looked very illusory and somewhat transparent, very different from physical bodies. What are those? Seeing the group of small beasts swimming in the sky, Yuan Shi was also stunned for a moment. He could not help but ask, "The condensation of divinity. This can only be condensed by God experts. On the path of the initial God rank, the cultivation of divinity is especially important, even more important than one's own strength. The cultivation of divinity must be improved as one's own strength increases. If the cultivation of divinity cannot keep up with one's own strength, the path ahead will be very difficult. However, if the cultivation of divinity is a step ahead, the improvement of one's strength will become easier. At the later God rank, when one's divinity is complete, one can condense divinity again and bestow one's own position as a god. The higher one's divinity is, the stronger one's divine right will be. At this time, cultivating divinity is a disguised form of cultivating the power of divine right. Gods can also condense divinity outside their bodies during cultivation, just like now. Yun Nuashing pointed at the large clumps of small beast in the sky and said, "Those are the condensation of divinity. They have extremely pure divinity. If one refines them, one's own divinity will be improved and purified. Those who have not awakened their divinity can also use these to forcibly increase their initial divinity value. For example, from 90 to 99, 100 to 101, and so on. The initial divinity value is still quite important." As soon as the last sentence came out, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Thinking about their current strength and the fact that they seemed to have awakened their divinity, they suddenly had a headache. They could not help but beat their chests and stomp their feet. It was as if, "You feel like you've lost a world, right?" Yun Nuashing joked. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Don't say that. It was no wonder that they didn't come to the Void Fortress first, but went to the gods' ruin first. If they had come here first, they could have improved their divinity with these condensed divinity objects, and it wouldn't have been too late to awaken their divinity. Well, while initial divinity is important, it can be made up for later. Let's put it this way. Initial divinity is the starting line, and the higher the starting line, the better it is. But there are other factors as well. Life is a super long race, and having a starting line alone is not enough. Yun Nuashing could not help laughing when she saw everyone's dispirited appearance and offered words of comfort. These things can make up for your lack of initial divinity. While there is no need for that number now that you've awakened your divinity, cultivating divinity is still the most important thing in the initial divine tier. These things can also speed up your cultivation of divinity and might even give you some more unusual abilities. Well, as for those who have not awakened their divinity, Yun Nuashing looked at Little Moon, and you are beside her. The two girls had just stepped into the demigod tier and had not had the time to awaken their divinity. You can rest assured and improve your divinity. You're the lucky ones. Everyone promptly turned their envious, jealous, and hateful gazes towards Little Moon and you, or who were jumping for joy. Those two were the only ones who had not awakened their divinity. The others had all awakened their divinity in that year of cultivation. Lin Shang could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. They are the ones with great opportunities. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and looked at the small beast wandering in the sky. She suddenly teased, "But these divinity agglomerations are not that easy to get." Troublesome? Very powerful. Yuan, she scratched his head and asked in surprise. Divinity agglomerations are filled with the purest divine energy, and there might even be the power of the gods themselves in them. They have intelligence, a very weak one, but they would not use that power for anything. It's just like how treasures of heaven and earth have the ability to seek good fortune and avoid calamity. Now, the things in front of you are the top 10 treasures of heaven and earth. Do you dare to rush over and take them? Yuan, she's cheeks twitched. Once the energy contained in those things burst out, they would not be able to withstand it. Although their intelligence was weak, treasures of heaven and earth would still fight back on their own. Well, they will escape, and their talents are all focused on escaping. They are very slippery. Divinity agglomerations that are not controlled by anyone are as slippery as loaches. You don't have to worry about going for wool and coming home shorn. You just have to use your brains to think about how to catch these little guys. When Yun Nuashing said the word little guy, he bit it especially hard, causing everyone to be stunned. Instinctively, they felt that something was not right. Seeing that everyone was looking at her in surprise, Yun Nuashing just smiled mysteriously. She looked up at the sky, and the power of godly right quietly spread out. Then, with a wave of her hand, it spread out in the air. Yun Nuashing could not completely control the power of godly right now, so she could not use it against the enemy. However, it was still very easy to just spread it out. To put it bluntly, it could only be used to scare people. It looked good, but it was useless. As soon as the power of godly right spread out, the leisurely small beast in the sky suddenly paused. There was a flash of light in their big, bright eyes. The crouching little bear also slowly opened its eyes and looked down. Then it suddenly jumped down from the meteorite and landed on the crowd. Then everyone saw the little golden bear grow bigger and bigger in their eyes, and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Huff! Yuan, she was stunned. Something was wrong with its size. Was it the so-called near, big, far, small? It was so small just now, how could it? Everyone turned pale with fright. The huge pressure that was like Mount Tai pressing down on them drove them to retreat desperately, and then, boom! Like a meteorite hitting the ground heavily. The huge vibration caused the entire corridor to rumble. Smoke and dust billowed as if there was an earthquake. Fortunately, the quality of the stone corridor here was excellent. Even after being hit by Mount Tai, there was not a single crack. Everyone turned their heads, dumbfounded. Yun Nuoxing was the only one who didn't run away. Even Ming Ming and Zi Yan took a step back in horror when they saw the huge body falling down. Until the huge thing fell, no one would have thought that such a cute little bear in the sky would be. Its body was actually a huge bear that was thousands of feet long. The huge bear that was thousands of feet long crawled on the ground and rubbed its head against Yun Nuoxing's palm intimately. No one knew what was going on, but Yun Nuoxing knew. Because of the godly power, these divine small beasts felt very intimate. After all, the person who condensed them was also a god. The godly power on the person's body would more or less integrate into these small beasts. Now that they had become ownerless objects, the godly power could easily attract them over. She rubbed the huge bear's head for a while. There was a cool touch and surging energy. It was not the soft feeling of fur. After all, this was also a kind of energy body. She carefully put the huge bear away and turned it into a ball of light only the size of a fist. Yun Nuoxing shook it in front of everyone and said, "Look, it's that simple." F***CKU. Yuan, she couldn't help but raise his middle finger. "Don't think that I don't know what you're doing." Everyone was stunned. They didn't feel anything. They looked at Yun Nuoxing in surprise. The latter was accidentally exposed. She couldn't help but smack her lips and turn her head. "TSK, you found out. You really did do something." Everyone was shocked. Ahem, in short, this thing is not as easy to get as you think. If you want to catch it, I won't help you. Playing with the ball of light in her hand, Yun Nuoxing glanced at everyone and said arrogantly. Then she smiled at Little Moon and said, "You come here. This is for you." Seeing that Yun Nuoxing pressed the ball of light that the huge bear had turned into between Little Moon's eyebrows, everyone looked at each other silently and took a deep breath. Then they recalled what he said just now and couldn't help but sigh. This was his test. After all, they couldn't rely on others for everything. This was the time to test them. That's right. Although they comforted themselves like this, why did they feel stifled in their hearts? Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes. "Stupid Siscon." Yun Nuoxing threw a look that said, "Anyway, you're not my sister. If you want it, go do it yourself. Do you want me to take care of you for the rest of your life?" As for why he could tell so much from just one look, no one knew. They only knew that there was a lot of information in that look. Everyone looked at each other. Yuan, she shrugged, then took the lead and rushed into the sky. There was energy suppression here, but flying wasn't a problem. It was just a little strenuous. Everyone followed suit and rushed into the sky. Yu who couldn't sit still, also pulled Xian and the other girls and rushed into the sky. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He originally planned to make arrangements for the girls himself, but seeing that they were in high spirits, he let them go and play. As for himself, who couldn't fly, he could only sit quietly at the side and watch Little Moon refine that ball of divine light. In the sky above the transparent barrier, those giant beasts were leisurely flying around a large group of meteorites as if they were playing hide-and-seek. At a certain moment, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. They all turned around and saw a group of people rushing into the sky like wolves and tigers. As if they were startled, They roared and fled in all directions like birds and beasts scattering. Moreover, their speed was extremely fast. Everyone could only see rays of light flashing in front of them, and then all that was left in front of them was a group of meteorites. Damn it, they ran so fast. Yuan, she couldn't help but curse. Then he signaled to everyone and said, "Spread out." Everyone nodded. Then each of them moved and chased after one of the giant beasts. Everyone chased after them while the giant beasts flew in front. Those small beasts all displayed an extremely shocking speed. They were so fast that they almost left afterimages. Everyone couldn't help but blush with shame. The suppression here was very strong. To let them fly at such a fast speed, they had to at least use all of their strength. However, everyone wasn't someone who would give up easily. They immediately roared and moved as if their lives depended on it. Their figures turned into rays of light and chased after the giant beasts. The sky suddenly became a mess. Among them, Yao Hua was probably the most miserable one. He originally thought that he was the fastest with the light element, and that even the giant beasts wouldn't be able to escape. However, he had his eyes set on the golden dragon and chased after it with all his might. The light element brought him behind the golden dragon in a flash. Just as he was about to grab its tail, the golden dragon suddenly swung its tail and sent him flying. This idiot, doesn't he know that a dragon's head and tail can't stand on each other? Yun Nuashing was speechless as she watched Yao Hua being sent flying by the tail. She couldn't help but sigh and shake her head. Apart from that, there were a few times when Yao Hua clearly caught up. Then the giant dragon's body, which was flying rapidly in the air, suddenly stopped. It flapped its wings and quickly bypassed a huge meteorite in front of it, increasing its speed again. As for Yao Hua, who was behind the giant dragon at his maximum speed, he crashed into the meteorite. Boom! A muffled sound suddenly came from the sky. Yao Hua directly smashed through the meteorite, and then a large amount of earth and stones splashed. The scattered fragments exploded in the sky, but they didn't fall to the ground. Instead, they rushed in all directions. Some of them hit others, causing them to stagger. Some of them hit other meteorites, and then meteorites hit meteorites. It was like a chain reaction. Countless gravel flew everywhere. It was a very spectacular scene. Yao Hua, you bastard! Don't make trouble. The duck in our hand flew away. Yao Hua, I'll fight you to the death. They didn't catch up with the divine beasts, but they almost had an internal strife. As for the first one to gain something, it was actually Qin Yan who was silent. Yun Nuashing was a little surprised. The giant golden bird that Qin Yan had caught was struggling wildly in the sky. The wild power kept colliding with Qin Yan's palm, and a muffled sound broke out in the sky. Yun Nuashing's pretty face turned slightly pale. After experiencing that power personally, she understood how difficult it was to catch these so-called condensed divinity objects. The divine energy in her jade hand continued to strengthen. As the power layered on top of each other, the giant golden bird's struggle slowly weakened, and its body gradually shrank. This process lasted for a full 10 minutes before it finally stopped. Qin Yan had almost exhausted all the power in her body. The golden bird finally turned into a golden ball of light the size of a fist. The divine energy contained in the ball of light was very rich and pure, and there was an even more wonderful power in it. It seemed to be the faint power of the divine, right? However, the latter power would not cause any adverse effects to the person who absorbed it, nor would it allow the person who absorbed it to master it in advance. When the ball of light was absorbed, it would dissipate into pure energy and be absorbed by the person who absorbed it. Seeing Qin Yan land from the sky and stand in front of her, Yun Nuashing asked with a smile, "How do you feel?" "It's quite difficult to deal with." Qin Yan nodded. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, then handed the ball of light in her hand to Yun Nuashing. She asked, "How do I use this thing?" Yun Nuashing was stunned. She then smiled helplessly and stood up. She took the ball of light and gently stuffed it between Qin Yan's eyebrows. She said, "Circulate your divinity and soul naturally and absorb it. With the current capacity of your bodies, one is enough. You won't be able to handle more." Qin Yan nodded. Mei Mao glanced at her, then slowly sat down beside Little Moon. She formed a seal with her hands and entered a state of cultivation. After looking at her for a while and not sensing anything wrong, Yun Nuashing turned her gaze away. She looked at the chaotic sky and could not help but chuckle. Chapter 9:22. Time passed quietly. For cultivators, time was the cheapest thing because a lot of it could be used up in the blink of an eye. The time that passed in the void was even more vague and meaningless. This was the depths of the void. The endless void wrapped around this long stone corridor, isolating all the elements of the present world. Here, there was only the endless void, which devoured all the elements of the world. How long had passed after that? Perhaps not long after, Yun Nuashing could feel that there were people coming in from the other side of the gate. They were all masters who had just stepped into the initial god level, so they should be people from the secret realm. However, 90% of those people were blocked in front of the 2 star walls, while the remaining 10% were blocked in the middle of the star walls. Except for him and the people he brought with him, no one else could cross the 2 star walls. It was like a natural moat. Those people were all attracted by the various mysteries contained in the golden picture and passively entered a state of enlightenment. No one knew whether it was a disaster or a blessing. But Yun Nuashing saw with her own eyes that a person's body suddenly turned into a brilliant rain of light and dissipated extremely quickly. Then he merged into the void and completely disappeared. That was a sign of Tao assimilation. In the primordial age, people sought and comprehended Tao. In this age, there is no need to use Tao to prove one's own cultivation, but they will still be affected by the Tao left behind in the past and transform into Tao. Yun Nuashing murmured and looked in the direction of the star walls. He shook his head and didn't say anything. After a while, he cast his gaze to the side. At this time, Xian, Ming, and Yuan, she were all sitting on the ground and forming hand seals to cultivate. Huge waves of divinity rolled out from their bodies. Looking up at the sky again, Qin Yan had already gone up to capture the divinity behemoths for the 3rd time, that kind of divinity condensation, after transforming back into its original form, wouldn't exist for long without special means. It had to be absorbed immediately. With their current strength, 1 divinity condensation at a time was already the limit. Therefore, occasionally, they would rush up after cultivating and capture 1 divinity condensation back to slowly cultivate. However, 1 divinity condensation would take many days for them to completely absorb. Although he could control the divinity behemoths to come down directly, after one time, Little Moon and Yu said that it was more fun for him to capture them himself. Therefore, he became the most idle person here. Every time he saw everyone having so much fun, he would sigh and want to sneak out. However, he had to watch them cultivate and guard against any accidents. However, after 2 or 3 times, he realized that it was almost the same whether he was there or not. Therefore, he left a warning array and then helplessly raised the serrated great sword and wandered around blindly. From time to time, he would use the great sword to poke and draw on the ground, as if he was setting up something. This time he found this place. He had been sitting there for 10 days. He activated the serrated great sword and guided strands of golden threads from the great sword into a palm-sized array on the ground. As the golden threads continued to be guided, the azure array gradually turned golden. He turned around and looked behind him. There were dozens of palm-sized golden arrays along the way. The others did not take that long, but he had been sitting there for a long time. Moreover, the array was quiet and did not seem to be affected much by the golden color. It seemed that it would take some time for it to be done. Weak footsteps came from behind, causing Yun Nuashing to slowly open her eyes. However, she did not turn her head. She was still looking at the serrated great sword that was floating half a foot above the array and rotating slowly. When the footsteps stopped behind her and the person stopped behind her, she straightened her body slightly. Without turning her gaze, she directly said, "Has your cultivation come to an end? Why do you have time to look for me?" She did not mean anything by this. It was just that after knowing that this place could quickly cultivate divinity, and after being warned by him that someone could come behind them at any time, everyone was in a hurry. They did not have much free time to stop and were cultivating nonstop. Other than that, they were also going up to the sky to catch divine beasts. "I'm tired, so I stopped to rest. At the same time, I wanted to see what you were up to." The owner of the sweet voice directly sat down beside Yun Nuashing. She hugged her knees with her hands, and her long black hair fell behind her and fell to the ground. Yun Nuashing glanced at her from the corner of her eyes and did not say anything. He nodded and continued to focus on the serrated greatsword, controlling it to slowly transmit power into the array. "What are you doing?" Seeing that he was ignoring her, Chu Yingzhan could not help but ask. "As you can see," Yun Nuashing pointed at the serrated greatsword with his chin and said faintly, "I'm trying to open the last energy node." The energy node of the Void Fortress is hidden at the back of this long stone corridor, which is the section behind the giant wall of the divine statue deduction. I've been looking for it all this time. There are quite a few hidden points. There's no pattern and there are no energy waves. I can only try one by one. Unfortunately, I've already tried 88 of them, and I still haven't found the right one. You can't handle them either. Chu Yingzhan tilted her head and said jokingly. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. Although trying one by one is the stupidest way, there is no other way when there is no pattern. Moreover, the information contained in these energy nodes is also different. To put it bluntly, it's like a lock. It's just that some locks can be easily pried open and some can't be pried open even after a long time. Only by eliminating these useless information can we see whether the energy node hidden underneath is a floor tile or an energy node. Then he pointed behind him and said, "I've marked the ones that I've tried. There's still a large area that I haven't tried." In the end, Yun Nuashing sighed and pointed at the long stone corridor in front of him that was filled with gravel. He sighed helplessly. These energy nodes were only the size of a palm, and they were scattered all over this huge area. He felt a little hopeless when he saw this. He didn't know how long it would take to complete this task. He didn't know, and he didn't want to know. If he knew the time limit, he would probably be so angry that he would destroy this place with his sword. As the saying goes, the ignorant are fearless. Let him continue being fearless. Although he really wanted to destroy this place now, he remembered that there were many people behind him. So he silently suppressed this thought. It was so stifling that his forehead was a little dark. "Your face is dark," Chu Yingzhan said. Veins popped out on Yun Nuashing's forehead. He really wanted to say, "Not only is my face dark, but I'm also stifling my anger. I'm in the middle of something. Please don't disturb me. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold it in and do something irritable." Chu Yingzhan sighed and said in a helpless tone, "You're so busy. Others are enjoying their cultivation, but you're silently shouldering everything by yourself." Chu Yingzhan sighed and said in a voice that was hard to tell whether she was laughing or feeling helpless, "You've said this before." Yun Nuashing sighed and said, "Only I could do these things. Moreover, I can't cultivate, right? If I don't do it, who else is going to do it? Do I ask you to do it? You're not going to cultivate when you have the best cultivation conditions and the best cultivation opportunities, but you're going to come and help me, this miserable fellow? Yes, that's why I'm here. I'm here to help you." Chu Yingzhan rested her head on her arm and looked at Yun Nuashing quietly. The obsidian Mei Mao didn't seem to be joking, which stunned Yun Nuashing. Quietly looking at the pair of gem-like eyes, Yun Nuashing was stunned. He forgot that he was still maintaining the movement of the great sword in his hand. For a long time, the two of them looked at each other without moving their gazes. It was only when the sound of insufficient energy coming from the great sword that Yun Nuashing hurriedly came back to his senses. He was a little flustered as he held the great sword. Seeing him panic for a moment, Chu Yingzhan was also stunned. She couldn't help but chuckle, causing Yun Nuoxing's face to turn red. He turned his head and pretended to glare fiercely at her. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Yingzhan interrupted him and said, "If you tell me to go back and cultivate, I'll throw you down from here. Do you believe me?" Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes at him fiercely. She looked at this idiot who was busy working alone. She finally mustered up the courage to come over and help. If she was persuaded to go back because of one sentence, she might not be able to muster up the courage again. She couldn't let him say that sentence, no matter what. Yun Nuoxing was stunned and looked at her blankly. He sighed and said, "I said, since you want to help, then help me mark the energy points in front of me, Chu Yingzhan. Didn't you want to persuade me just now?" Yun Nuoxing scratched his head, strangely. "Why should I persuade you? It just so happens that I'll be busy with this work for a long time. I'm quite happy that you're willing to help. Moreover, the sooner we finish this, the sooner we can finish." Chu Yingzhan's face turned red. She suddenly jumped up. But if it was in the past, you would definitely persuade me to go back and cultivate. Didn't you force me to change?" Yun Nuoxing also understood why she was suddenly conflicted. He couldn't help but look at her again. He smiled and said, "Since you're here, stay and accompany me." Chu Yingzhan's cheeks twitched. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt as if she was a lamb in a tiger's mouth. Moreover, she was the one who came here. Although she originally wanted to help, she didn't know why such a feeling rose in her heart. She also didn't know why, but an inexplicable chill ran from her back to her head. Those energy points aren't hidden too much. With your outstanding soul power and the current strength of your divinity, it's very easy to find them. Just mark them out. As for the array to mark them out, use this. Yun Nuoxing poked her forehead and passed a piece of array to her. You're also an array master. It's very easy to set up this kind of simple energy locking array. Moreover, it's not a high-grade array. It's also more obscure when using it, so it'll be very easy for you to master it. After Yun Nuoxing finished speaking, he gave her a thumbs up. Then he pointed into the distance and said, "Start from that stone pillar over there. Slowly mark it out in my direction. If you can, other than marking it out, try to eliminate the information contained in it. If you find an energy point, let me know." "What kind of energy point?" Chu Yingzhan asked blankly. Yun Nuoxing pondered for a while. Then he said very vividly, "If you feel that you've dug up a fountain, just let me know." Chu Yingzhan's mouth twitched, and she almost fell to the ground. Before Chu Yingzhan left, Yun Nuoxing added, "Do your best. Don't be impatient. If you're tired, go back and cultivate. Get as many as you can. Leave the rest to me." This sentence directly poked at Chu Yingzhan's sore spot. She immediately stomped her feet and turned to glare at Yun Nuoxing. He angrily shouted, "I'll definitely complete it. I'll find the energy point before you. Watch carefully. Aha! Harem Siskon." After leaving Yun Nuoxing with a dumbfounded expression, he left. That roar woke everyone up from their stupor. They opened their eyes and looked at their surroundings. When they saw the embarrassed and angry Chu Yingzhan and the confused and helpless Yun Nuoxing, they couldn't help but sigh and shake their heads. Then they went back to cultivating. They were already used to this kind of situation. Anyway, these two enemies were fighting again. They wouldn't find it strange if they saw Chu Yingzhan press Yun Nuoxing to the ground one day, or vice versa. What did I do to her? Yun Nuoxing had a strange expression on his face. Why did he get scolded for no reason? However, he couldn't be bothered to dwell on this matter. He calmed down again and glanced at Chu Yingzhan, who was already prepared and sitting down to start work. He watched as she clumsily tried to open the array in front of her. After repeatedly trying a few times, she finally carved the first array on the ground. When he saw that she didn't have any problems, Yun Nuoxing gradually closed his mind and continued with his previous work. He reckoned that there was a problem with the energy point that Yun Nuoxing found. He originally estimated that he would be able to settle this point within 10 days. However, on the 6th day, Chu Yingzhan appeared out of nowhere and broke his cultivation, causing his progress to fall back a little. Now, with the speed of his analysis, it didn't take long. Perhaps only a day had passed, but someone else came at him at supersonic speed. Yun Nuoxing, who was deep in thought, suddenly felt a great threat. That sense of threat came from the instincts of an array master, and also from his thoughts of life and death. He turned around abruptly and saw a purple figure enlarging in front of him. There was a dull sound of a collision, causing everyone to break out in cold sweat. They quickly raised their heads and saw that Yun Nuoxing had been sent flying. They heaved a sigh of relief and silently told themselves to calm down. Then they continued to cultivate calmly. They were already used to the scene. "Girl, you're going to break my cultivation if you do this," looking at Ziyan, who directly pounced on him and sent him flying more than 10 meters away, with half of her body hanging on him. Yun Nuoxing coughed lightly. He felt that his lungs were not light. In a flurry, he took off the octopus from his body and pressed her to his side. After looking her up and down, he smiled and said, "Well, you've become more beautiful. It seems that your progress is not bad." "Bah, no, girl, what are you doing?" "I'm here to help you." Ziyan grinned, revealing a row of shiny silver teeth. She hugged Yun Nuoxing's arm and shook it gently as she said, "My cultivation has come to an end. I was going to wait for you to ask for our help, but it seems like it's going to be a long time before that day comes. That's why I'm here." Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You know what I'm doing?" "You're looking for the last energy node. Little Purple Soul is already working on it." Ziyan nodded and pointed at a place with her slender finger. Yun Nuoxing was startled. He quickly turned around and saw the little girl with long purple blonde hair running across the rocky ground. She suddenly stopped when she reached a spot and clapped her hands. A blue formation appeared between her hands, and she pressed it gently on the ground. Upon closer inspection, the formation was the same as Yun Nuoxing's energy lock-on formation. After that, the little girl ran happily to another spot and repeated her actions. Judging from the blue formation on the ground, it seemed like she had been working on it for a long time. There were many blue formations on the ground that were automatically analyzing the complex information in the energy nodes. Yun Nuoxing was dumbfounded. When did the little girl appear there? Why didn't he notice her at all? Little Purple Soul is very elusive. Even you can't catch her. Have you forgotten when you first went to China? You were looking for Little Purple Soul back then. Ziyan couldn't help but laugh as she watched Little Purple Soul running around making marks. "Yes, I have to work harder too. I can't let the little girl lose to me." Ziyan laughed to herself. She let go of Yun Nuoxing and scurried out to follow Little Purple Soul to work on the blue formations. Yun Nuoxing was dumbfounded. Yun Nuoxing was puzzled. Yun Nuoxing was dumbfounded. In the end, he let out a long sigh and sat down to continue working on the formations that he had been working on for 7 days. He was dumbfounded as soon as he immersed his mind into it. Damn it, what am I doing now? Not long after, Ming Ming's cultivation also came to an end. Furthermore, she was sitting beside him. Ming Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. However, this last didn't seem to have any intention of disturbing him. She just took Bing from his head and Xiao Xian from his neck. She just sat there quietly, as if she was secretly cheering him on. Ming didn't make a sound, which made him heave a sigh of relief. The stubborn Ming only wanted to chew on this tough bone that he had found so far. He never thought that there would be so many external factors interfering with his plan. However, as if it was a joke, the point that he found still could not be opened. A few days later, the energy point that Little Purple Soul found suddenly erupted like a fountain of energy. Before he could react, the gigantic sawtooth sword that was hanging beside Yun Nuo planet charged into the energy fountain and went in headfirst. Thump! As usual, there was a sound that sounded like a heartbeat. A colorful beam of light shot up into the sky from where the spring was. Then it exploded in the void. Colorful veins extended in all directions, causing everyone to raise their heads in shock. The energy density in this space was rapidly increasing. As the energy nodes were opened, the marked energy points on the ground suddenly flickered with multicolored light. The multicolored energy was like a fountain, forming a huge fountain. The energy was so dense that it condensed into a multicolored liquid that flowed on the ground. The energy mist drifted in the air, making the place somewhat hazy. Yunuashing stood up and stared at the ground blankly. She took a deep breath and said, "So, what am I doing?" Chapter 9:23. In the sky, a dazzling beam of light suddenly exploded, and the last blurry scarlet energy node also faded under the colorful beam of light. Slowly, it was dyed with some colors and gradually merged with the golden energy veins. When the last of the red light faded, the sky suddenly shook. Boom! A muffled sound came from the sky like rolling thunder, causing countless people to raise their heads in astonishment. They instinctively felt that something seemed to be changing. Sky? In the sky! In the sky! The people in the Jie-Su secret realm suddenly raised their heads because of a scream. When they saw the thing that appeared in the sky, they couldn't help but be shocked. Some people even ran away on the spot. Although they didn't know what was going on, it was always right to run away first. Those who saw that thing falling down were all idiots. Why do I feel like we are either running away or running away in the Jie-Su secret realm? Last time the god relic. Shut up! You are not the only one who is running away. It suddenly appeared in the sky, and what shocked everyone was that it was a gigantic phantom. It might not be right to call it a phantom, because it seemed to have a physical shadow, and judging from its outline and general appearance, it seemed to be a floating island, and it was a floating island that was about the same size as the Jie-Su secret realm. Of course, the appearance of a floating island alone wouldn't make anyone panic. After the transparent, floating island appeared, it rapidly descended from the sky with a rumbling sound. Its speed seemed to have broken the sound barrier, and it shocked countless people to the point that their hair stood on end. If that thing fell at supersonic speed, they wouldn't even know how they died. Not to mention being smashed into meat paste, it was already a blessing for their seniors to leave behind something that was still intact. A huge amount of space power crazily gathered in the sky, and the space in the Jie-Su secret realm became very unstable. The rich space power made everything around them appear to be a strange silver blue color. During this period of time, their eyes couldn't even distinguish other colors. They could only see a rich silver blue color, as if their bodies had been eroded by the space power. The rich space power that couldn't be released drifted in all directions, leaving a mark of the space power on everything it touched. The green forest and trees turned silver blue for a moment, then quickly returned to their original color. However, the life force in that place was no longer there. The huge amount of space power attracted by the overlapping space caused the illusion to gradually solidify. At this moment, the people who were still looking up at the sky could finally see clearly that it was indeed a huge floating island. However, that floating island was in a state of disintegration. Huge cracks spread out from the center of the island like a spider web, dividing the huge island into thousands and hundreds of pieces. However, they didn't scatter because of the external forces. They were still gathered together, maintaining an extremely fragile state of balance that could be easily broken. The illusion became more and more solid. It fell from an extremely high altitude, and its size and shadow became crazily bigger in front of countless people's eyes. The air was screaming and screaming. As it became more and more solid, everyone could even see the huge wind marks in the sky caused by its high speed and size. A deafening roar came from the sky, and the silver-blue space power gathered at the bottom of the floating island. It was like an even bigger space storm was blowing in the chaotic space. This shaky space had almost completely collapsed, and only a weak space rule power was left to bind the space here. so that it wouldn't collapse directly. Gradually, everyone stopped running away. Looking at the rapidly approaching shadow, they couldn't help but sigh. Logically speaking, this huge floating island that was on the verge of collapse seemed to be bigger than the Jiasu secret realm. Where could they run to? If they had the strength to run, they might as well turn around and face it head-on, or gather everyone's strength and attack together. Maybe they could push it back? Chila! Suddenly, a huge silver dragon that was thousands of feet long soared into the sky. The wild thunder power tore open huge cracks in the space, and it rushed towards the huge floating island that was falling down. That dazzling light made many people turn their eyes and look at that lightning nervously. That was the god sun's full-strength attack, and the moment it came into contact with the floating island, it directly passed through the latter. That god sun was also stunned. In his senses, his attack didn't even touch a hair of the floating island. However, from the energy feedback, he felt an extremely huge space rule power coming from the floating island that was gradually solidifying. That space rule power was so huge that it was enough to clean the entire Jiasu secret realm. That thunderbolt didn't work, and several novice god-level experts launched their all-out attacks, but the result was the same. Their attacks passed through the half-solid floating island, and they didn't touch anything. The floating island didn't seem to have a solid body, and it didn't even seem to be in the form of energy. Let's do it! The fact that their attacks didn't work made them feel a little desperate. After they reacted, their eyes turned red, and they gathered all the strength in their body to condense a layer of extremely solid energy barrier around them. Then they looked into the distance. It seemed that many people made the same choice. Since their attacks didn't work, and they couldn't escape, then they would just have to face it head-on. They might still have a chance to survive if they resisted a little. The space rule that came from above already made everyone feel a fatal threat, but they didn't have any other choice. That huge floating island had already arrived. When the shadow floating island came into contact with the Jiasu secret realm continent, the huge spatial storm that had gathered at the bottom of the island burst like a balloon. The spatial energy that had gathered was completely released in a short 0.1 seconds, turning into two huge shock waves that swept across the entire Jiasu secret realm. The silver blue light was the last thing that countless people saw. They seemed to vaguely see the two continents fusing together, but they didn't have the time to care about that anymore. The violent spatial shock waves had already swept across the entire Jiasu secret realm. Rumble, a violent tremor passed through the barrier of the secret realm. This was the space shaking. Even the people in the god's relic could feel this huge tremor. In the rock corridor, Yun Nuashing and the others who had just activated their energy nodes didn't move in that area. At this time, the violent tremor made them stagger, and they quickly helped the people beside them to squat down. Yun Nuashing didn't have any strength. His body shook and he was about to fall. A few jade hands quickly pulled him up and then pressed him to sit on the ground. Soft bodies were pressed against his front and back, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was there a need to be so nervous? The rumbling sound became more and more intense, and the rock corridor was shaking. However, the void domain was still dead silent, and there was no change. The divine giant beasts in the sky flew around the meteorite area in a panic, and one of them pushed the meteorite in the sky a few thousand meters away. This rock corridor experienced such a violent tremor, but it still didn't suffer any damage. It was obvious that its quality was high. It was just that they didn't know what material the divine god used to have such a strong earthquake resistance. Can you stop talking? Everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes when they heard what Yao Hua was mumbling about. The space was filled with extremely violent spatial fluctuations. It felt as if they were in the center of an impact storm, and there was violent energy in all directions that could completely destroy them. The huge killing intent that originated from the space made many people turn pale. Even if they had advanced to the beginner god level, they felt that their bodies were very small under the raging power of this power. This kind of spatial riot could only be created by at least an emperor god level expert The power of space is rioting. Yun Nuashing felt the abnormal spatial fluctuations, and her expression also became serious. Space replacement. Large-scale spatial fluctuations. This is the inner space is about to be exposed? Inner space. Everyone was also stunned. They seemed to have heard him mention it before, but they didn't know what it was exactly. However, it was obviously not the time to ask for an explanation. Everyone squatted down and held their heads, although they knew that holding their heads couldn't block anything. The flying meteorites in the sky looked really scary. The speed of those meteorites was more than 10 times the speed of sound, and there was even one that was more than 100 meters above their heads. That huge size was simply as if it was flying close to their heads, and it was really frightening. That is to say, our previous guesses were all correct. These energy nodes have been arranged. Is there some kind of mechanism? Yuan, she also squatted in the corner, trembling. He covered his ears to prevent himself from hearing the noisy spatial vibrations around him, and roared loudly. Then, what should we do now? The power of space outside is so strong that it has penetrated into this place. Can we still stay in this place? Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed rapidly. She looked at the spatial vibrations in this area, then looked into the distance, and then looked at the fountain that was constantly spewing out colorful energy. She hesitated for a while, and then shouted against the spatial vibrations, "Let's go out!" No, not now. Seeing that everyone took the lead and wanted to stand up, Yun Nuashing also became anxious. She hurriedly jumped up, but she lost her balance and almost fell flat on her face. In the end, she fell into a soft embrace. She didn't care about anything else and roared, "At least wait until the spatial vibrations stop." The situation now is the space within a 10-meter radius has been reset hundreds of times. Don't move. The slightest movement will make the spatial vibrations more intense. When the time comes, don't blame me for not warning you if your hands and feet are upside down. Wah! Before Yun Nuashing finished speaking, he was still in a half-lying position on the ground. Suddenly, the rock corridor trembled, causing him and the person who was holding him to flip over. They rolled on the ground dozens of times like a stuffy gourd. Everyone quickly turned their gazes when they heard the scream. Then they saw Yun Nuashing and Zian hugging each other and rolling dozens of meters away. They heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the two of them seemed to be fine. But after a while, they couldn't relax anymore, because they saw that the floor of the stone corridor seemed to be tilting up slightly, as mentioned before. Some parts of the stone corridor weren't completely inlaid. They seemed to be floating in the void and stuck closely together. There were floating platforms a few meters in the middle. The energy node they were at was a separate floating platform. When they were looking for the energy node earlier, everyone came over to help. After they found it, they gathered together to join in the fun. At this time, the floating platform shook and tilted up like a tilted plate. However, the tilted end was facing the endless void. At this time, it was inconvenient for everyone to move. The spatial vibrations were very strong, and the space within a 10-meter radius had been divided into hundreds of parts. If they moved casually, they might change positions with the space. It would be fun if their hands and feet were swapped and their heads were left behind. But if they didn't move now, it seemed like they would fall into the endless void. Walala! The sound of metal chains suddenly rang out, startling everyone. At this time, their hands and feet were all locked into the ground. When they heard this strange sound, they were all stunned. They quickly turned their gazes and saw a golden chain as thick as an arm extending towards them like dozens of pythons. With a slight tremble, it wrapped around their waists and abdomens. Looking along the golden chain, they could see many segments of the chain tangling chaotically in the space. Some of the chains couldn't even find the source. The source of the chains had been shifted to another location. If it weren't for the fact that the divine artifact was very strong, this spatial shift would have been enough to shatter it. Now that the divine artifact was still intact, it could only be said that the quality of the chain itself was very strong. However, it didn't matter if they couldn't find the source. There was only one person who could use a divine artifact here, and it was a divine artifact that they were familiar with. As soon as they turned their heads, they saw Yun Nuashing lying at the front of the floating platform that was tilted up high. His right hand was wrapped in circles of golden chains. One end was tied to another floating platform, while the other end was tightly wrapped around the group of people. At the same time, the platform they were on was also tied together. Xian, who was in his arms, was also helping to tighten the chains with both hands, tying the two platforms tightly together, even though the platform they were on was already vertical. "Hold on tight. We won't be able to find it if we fall." Yun Nuashing's face was flushed red. With his current strength, it was too much for him to lift the weight of dozens of people. Emptiness realm cultivators weren't much stronger than mortals. Some mortals who knew martial arts or knew how to play tricks could even throw Emptiness realm cultivator to the ground. Fortunately, Xian was helping him bear most of the weight of the chains, so he didn't tear his arm apart first. Yuan, she risked his life to look down. The platform they were on was already tilted up at a 90-degree angle. They stuck their bodies firmly to the floor. When they turned their heads, they could see the dark void domain directly below them. It was like a black hole that had an extremely mysterious magic power attracting them over. Rumble! The tremors lasted for a long time. During this time, everyone could even hear the screams of the tightened chains. Every time there was a loud bang, it would make their hearts beat wildly. This was the life bond that was currently maintaining their safety. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't move around in this space, they would have flown up long ago. This place only suppressed their strength, but it was still possible to fly. It was just that the space was in turmoil now, so Yun Nuashing warned them not to move around recklessly. The rumbling tremors were accompanied by 2 violent explosions of energy storms. It was as if the storms were detonated by something. Then, everything returned to silence. It came quickly, but it didn't leave quickly. It was better to say that it lasted for a long time. During that time, everyone's hearts were hanging. Now that they felt that the space was gradually stabilizing, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Wait for another 5 minutes. The fluctuations in the space are gradually returning to normal. When it completely returns to normal, we will be able to move again. Right now, most of the space is still in a state of chaos. Yun Nuashing's face was covered in sweat. He was holding the chain so tightly that he couldn't feel his arms. Fortunately, this is the void domain. Although it is a void domain created by a god, it is not inferior to a purely natural void domain. This place has isolated a large portion of the spatial shock waves. At least the last wave of spatial shock waves didn't affect us. Otherwise, we would be hanging in the void domain later. Xian looked at him nervously. Her deep purple eyes flashed with heartache. Her lily-white hand that was holding the chain hugged him. She pulled out her other hand and used her sleeve to gently wipe away the sweat on his face. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing lowered his head and looked at her. He grinned foolishly and shook his head to show that he was fine. After waiting for a while, they felt that the space had completely returned to normal. Only then did everyone resume their movements. They pulled themselves from the ground and the golden chain. Then they gradually flew up. Looking at the floating platform that was in a vertical state, they all flew towards the normal platform. Xian took the lead and rushed out with Yun Nuashing in her arms. Ming and the other girls hurriedly followed behind her. When they landed on the ground, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They looked up at the path back and couldn't help but take a deep breath. It seems that it wasn't completely unaffected. Yuan, she said, as he wiped away his sweat. On the way back, the floating platforms were all over the place. 2 of them even crashed into each other and shattered into pieces. The only ones that remained intact were the 2 huge star walls. They were still standing on the floating platforms without any damage. As for the people who were passively comprehending Tao under the huge walls, most of them had fainted. There was also a portion of them who were still comprehending Tao peacefully. No one knew what had happened to the Dharmakaya just now. Everyone looked at each other. Yun Nuashing also raised her chin to signal them. The group of people quickly flew towards the exit. Right now, there should be earth-shattering changes outside. Not to mention anything else, most of the space would definitely be completely torn apart by the violent spatial impact just now. It didn't take much time to get out of the rock corridor. In less than 20 minutes, everyone who flew at full speed flew out of the dark castle. They stood in the sky and looked around vigilantly. Then they widened their eyes in horror. The sky was pitch black and the ground was desolate. It was as gray as death. Silver-blue storms swept out from the shattered space and raged on the ground, rolling up layers of skin on the fragile gray ground. On the ground, there were huge cracks that stretched as far as the eye could see. The surroundings were also as quiet as death. There was nothing in the range of their senses. There was nothing at all. The aura of death swept across the entire world. Just by looking at it, they could feel the desolation here. There was also a faint sense of sadness mixed in it. It was as if the world had been destroyed. The tyrannical power still remains on this broken land, destroying this place forever. The raging lonely wind has extinguished all the sources of life. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but sigh when she saw this scene in Xian's arms. This is the Jia Su arcane realm. This is the original appearance of this world, the innermost space. This is the broken small world that was destroyed by the Shadow Emperor and Zai. Chapter 924. The sky was torn apart, the earth was falling apart, and the spatial storms that swept out from the spatial cracks continued to destroy this fragile world. The sky was gray and gloomy, and there were no longer 16 bright colors. There was only a deathly gray. In the hazy sky, there were several remnants of power from the primordial age that did not dissipate and became the echoes of destruction here. In front of the scene of heaven and earth falling apart, everyone was silent and speechless. Looking at this scene of destruction, they did not know what to say or what kind of expression to show. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and pointed to the ground, indicating for Xian to land. The group of people also landed on the ground. Yun Nuashing squatted down and pinched the sand on the ground with her fingers. She rubbed it a few times and nodded. That's right, this is the remains of a world that was destroyed in the primordial age. Without the protection of the gods, the aura of the great samsara has spread throughout the entire secret realm. The power left behind by the Shadow Emperor has been entangled with the remaining power of the rules of heaven and earth here, unable to dissipate. This is the dark side of this world, and it will never be able to give birth to new life. It will forever be fixed in this scene of the death of the world. There were many huge fragments floating in the sky, as if they were huge fragments that had been peeled off from the earth and floating islands. They floated in the sky, quietly and alone, and had always been like this since ancient times. It was incredible that such huge volumes did not fall to the ground due to gravity. The devastating spatial shockwaves had already dissipated and did not affect this broken world. The enormous power of space had also been exhausted by the appearance of the innermost space. However, the remaining power of space still made the space between heaven and earth somewhat chaotic. From time to time, silver blue light could be seen flashing in the sky, and then the space quietly twisted into a vortex. Chu Yingzhan took a deep breath and coughed violently as if she had inhaled sand and stones. She coughed so hard that she felt like she was going to puke out her lungs. After a long time, she rubbed her burning throat. A teardrop appeared on Mei Mao's face. She said unhappily, "The air is so dirty. It's hard to breathe." I inhaled sand. The laws and order here are infinitely leaning towards chaos. Before the creation of heaven and earth, before the laws and order were born, the chaos before the descent of the void, the powers of the three heavenly gods have always been entangled here. The laws of heaven and earth will never be able to return to normal. Yun Nuashing glanced at her and said, "Being able to stand here without feeling uncomfortable from the chaotic power of laws is already a pretty good result. What's up with that world?" "Those two, surface worlds." Yuan Shi asked, puzzled. This was the innermost space, the secret realm of Jie Su that was completely destroyed. Then what about the place that appeared in front of them? It was filled with the ruins of high-ranking gods, various palaces, and the ruins of powerful immortals and demons? The silhouette of time. Yun Nuashing raised her head to look at the sky. She paced a few times on the ground before she turned back to look at Zhongyu and said, "Those are the traces of the past that were recorded by the order here, the illusory reality that appeared because of the chaos caused by the powers of the three heavenly gods. Everything that happened in those two spaces was real. The powers of the three heavenly gods had been constantly evolving over the long years, creating two fake spaces that covered the inner space, which were the two different secret realms of Jie Su that we saw before. Well, although they were fake, they were still real. Everything that we gained from them was real. However, their existence itself was only recorded by the order here, a silhouette of a long time ago. They were just reflections of the past. If any of the three heavenly gods were proficient in the power of life, perhaps we could see that there would be a large number of lives in the secret realm, even if they were fake. I had thought that the secret realm of the ancient era had been completely destroyed, and then new lives were born in the ruins. But now, it seems like that is not the case. The replacement of the old and the new happened in the same era, before the secret realm of Jie Su was destroyed. This is the original appearance of the secret realm of Jie Su." Yun Nuashing let out a sigh of relief. Now, the flow of the energy that connected the order and the law of heaven and earth has been reversed, and the inner space is naturally exposed. Those two spaces no longer exist, as the surface layer has been stripped away. What is restored in front of you now is the truth of this world. Everyone was a little confused as they listened to her. However, they could still understand it. They could only understand it in a simple way. Things that were too profound, even if some of them had successfully ascended to the elementary god tier, they still could not understand such profound things. Speaking of which, Yuan, she suddenly thought of a very important question. "Little star, did you know from the beginning that reversing the flow of the energy would expose the inner space?" Yun Nuashing shook her head. "I only knew what had happened at the very last moment. Before that, I didn't even know what would happen if I reversed the flow of the energy. I just thought, maybe I would trigger something by doing this. That's why I kept doing it." After saying that, she even spread her hands out at everyone. Everyone was confused. "So you were just messing around blindly and accidentally exposed the inner space?" Yun Nuashing was suddenly stunned, as if she suddenly remembered something. "Speaking of which, I wasn't completely blinded, right? Have you forgotten about the holy relic? Are these two things related?" Yuan Shi and the others asked suspiciously. "More or less. If you can see the flow of the energy in this world, which is the flow of the energy, you will know what my initial goal was." As Yun Nuashing spoke, he grabbed the little purple soul, who was circling around his feet, and pulled her into his arms. He stroked her long purple hair and said, "Most of the energy in the Jie Su secret realm points in all directions and finally extends into the void. However, there are some places where the energy meridians converge. Because the energy meridians converge together, a large amount of energy is gathered at those places, and at the converging point of the energy meridians is something like a twisting point. At this point, everyone understood something. That twisting point is the holy relic? In other words, a large amount of energy in this world is gathering towards the holy relic. If you reverse the flow of the energy meridians, the holy relic's energy will flow in reverse. This way, its invincible nature will be broken, and then you should be able to get it." Yun Nuashing scratched his head and nodded. He looked at Lin Sheng and said, "How is the situation with the rest of the Far Light Academy that I asked you to arrange?" When Lin Sheng heard this, He quickly took out the Far Light Academy's token to contact the others. However, his soul power sank into the token, and it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no response at all. Chuan Mu and the others also took out their tokens and tried to use their souls to communicate. However, there was no response for a long time. Everyone's faces darkened. Could something have happened in the huge spatial tremor just now? Even though they were inside the Void Fortress, they could still feel the huge spatial energy vibrations. If it weren't for the Void Fortress, not many of them would have been able to withstand the violent spatial shockwaves, let alone the people outside. The space is still unstable, so it's normal that we can't connect through our souls. The spatial factor is not normal, so naturally our souls can't connect. We can still communicate through our souls because the space around us is still stable. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and comforted them. Something might not have happened. Lin Sheng and the others laughed dryly. This was the only thing they could think of now. If something really happened to the other half, they did not know how to explain it when they returned. The space is completely overlapped. This land has been torn apart. This is the appearance of the Jia Su secret realm when it last existed. It's bigger than the original, but most of the places still match. Yun Nuashing turned his head and looked behind him. That direction was the center of the void area. Logically speaking, there should be a void holy object that had not appeared yet. However, he seemed to feel that something was not quite right. He turned his gaze again. Everyone saw him shaking his head back and forth as if he was looking at something. They followed his gaze and saw that the black ancient castle was still standing between heaven and earth. It looked especially desolate under the gray sky. The ruins of the gods had stood in the river of time for eternity. However, when they looked at the ancient castle again, the solemn and dignified feeling no longer existed. Instead, it was replaced by an unconcealable sadness. It seemed to be mourning the destruction of this world. Yun Nuashing stared at the black ancient castle in a daze. Everyone else also stared at it in a daze. After a long while, Yun Nuashing suddenly reached out his hand and waved it at the ancient castle. The waves of divine right were released again. Bang! At the top of the castle, a hole was suddenly blasted open. Smoke, dust, and black debris swirled in the air. Soon after, everyone saw a tiny shadow flash past the place where the smoke and dust billowed. It turned into a ray of light and rushed towards them, causing them to be instantly on alert. However, they were stunned just as they were on guard. This was because the shadow was the serrated greatsword that Yun Nuashing had been using to reverse the energy nodes. After reversing the last energy node, it had disappeared. Everyone thought that the serrated greatsword had completed its mission and turned into energy and disappeared. When they saw it charge out again, they were all stunned. After the serrated greatsword appeared, it shot towards them as fast as lightning. In just a few breaths' time, it had arrived and landed safely in Yun Nuashing's hand. Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness as he held this strange-looking, sawtooth, greatsword in his hand. He raised it up and pointed it towards the sky. He clenched his fist slightly, and a weak force surged into the greatsword. Following the transmission of this little bit of force, the greatsword began to change under everyone's gaze. First, it slowly shrank until it was only half the length of a forearm. Then, those sawteeth all retracted back into the body of the sword. The sword guard also disappeared, and the sword tip quietly melted into a ball. In short, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the serrated greatsword turned into a round scepter with a thin bottom and a thick top. There was also a spherical dent at the top. A fist-sized purplish-black sun floated at the top of the scepter. It emitted a wave of energy that everyone was very familiar with. It was the power of the void. Moreover, there seemed to be another power mixed in with this power. It was a powerful power that could change the laws and order. The holy artifact of the void. Yun Nuashing glanced at the scepter in his hand and was stunned for a moment. He had a little guess, a guess that had just been born not long ago. However, when this guess was immediately realized, he could not help but be stunned. He thought that this serrated great sword had something to do with the holy artifact of the void, such as the key to open it. He did not expect it to be the holy artifact of the void itself. Then, can we also obtain the holy artifacts of the other regions now? Someone suddenly said, causing everyone's expressions to change rapidly. I suddenly have a bad idea. Suddenly, Yao Hua laughed with an inexplicable expression. What a coincidence. I also have a bad idea. Lin Sheng also licked his lips and laughed evilly. Ahem, I'll wait for you in the dark elemental region. Go and come back quickly. Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly and glanced at everyone. He knew what the idea was without having to say it out loud. After all, he was the one who came up with the idea. It sounded very interesting to have 16 holy relics in one go. Oh! Everyone responded heroically. Then they split into 14 groups and rushed off in different directions. In an instant, only Yun Nuoxing and the other 10 people were left. You actually let them go without saying anything? Yuan, she looked at Yun Nuoxing strangely. There are still tens of millions of people in the secret realm. If they split up, will they have enough combat power? Oh, it shouldn't be a big problem. It should be. Yun Nuoxing nodded in relief and said, I just took a look. There are at least 2 or 3 regions around here. There are no people, but there are pieces of space blocks in the space. It seems like something is moving over. Could it be that when the inner space switches, the people in the original place have to wait for a while before they can come here? Nightmare said. Yun Nuoxing shrugged in silent agreement because he was not too sure. They came out from the Void Fortress and did not know about the energy nodes, nor did they have any clues to remind them that they could obtain the holy artifact by turning the energy nodes. They had come here blindly, and they did not know what would happen when the inner space was switched. It's not like there's no one at all. Yun Nuoxing's eyes glowed with an ocean blue light. His eye of the ocean looked into the distance and suddenly saw something. He was stunned. In his line of sight, a group of people was emerging from a cave. Their faces were covered in dust, but there was still some excitement on their faces, as if they were excited when they had a bountiful harvest. However, when this group of people came out, their faces were immediately replaced by astonishment and confusion. That feeling was as if they had just woken up and found that the world had been destroyed. They stood on the ground of ashes and looked at the gray and dilapidated sky, not knowing what to do. Feelings of confusion and bewilderment surged into their hearts all at once, leaving them dumbfounded. Well, it seems that people who enter the secret realm or other places can avoid the huge spatial impact caused by the overlapping of space. The others are still in the state of spatial transfer. The people in the small secret realm can directly come here from the original secret realm. I didn't expect this. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head. There's someone here, right? Yuan, she suddenly became excited. He quickly waved his hand. Then don't just stand there. Let's go to the dark elemental area and get the holy artifacts first. After he finished speaking, he ran away. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He smiled bitterly and quickly waved his hand to get everyone to follow him. There was a distance between the void area and the dark elemental area. Moreover, the most obvious sign in the sky was no longer there. They could only rely on their senses to identify the direction. The powerful energy emitted by the holy artifacts was still very easy to identify. They just had to fly in that direction. Along the way, they saw some people standing on the gray and ruined ground with blank faces. They looked around at a loss and did not notice that a group of people was flying across the sky with bad intentions. They arrived at the dark elemental area and found the location of the dark elemental holy artifact. They did not participate in the fight for the holy artifact. They only watched from afar. At this time, there was no one in this place. After arriving here, no one dared to touch it directly because of the dark elemental energy. It was mainly because Yun Nuoxing did not let them interfere. He had to catch the dark elemental holy artifact himself. It was a black object with a round base that looked like an hourglass. However, the hourglass was horizontal. They could see black mist flowing inside the hourglass, emitting a chaotic energy. Seeing that he calmly touched it directly with his hand, everyone was relieved. It seemed that it was indeed feasible. They had successfully completed their task here. Now it was up to the others. They had the advantage over the others. If there were no accidents, they should be able to complete it smoothly. After the dark elemental holy artifacts were in his hands, the chaotic energy fluctuations gradually converged. In the end, it was completely restrained. Not a single fluctuation was emitted. Yun Nuashing finally had the time to look at the two holy artifacts in his hands. There was nothing much to say about their appearance. He was looking at the energy contained in them. As expected, they both contained dark elemental energy. The void holy artifact contained a huge amount of void power and dark elemental energy. As for the dark elemental holy artifact, it was just dark elemental energy. Generally speaking, if the source of dark elemental energy in the divine realm is not removed, the dark elemental energy flowing into the secret realm will not stop. However, a secret realm can contain a huge amount of dark elemental energy. It will not be full even after hundreds of millions of years. There is no need to worry about an explosion when the dark elemental energy in the secret realm overflows. Yun Nuashing tossed the two holy artifacts in his hands. Suddenly, a jade-like hand reached out from the side and snatched the holy artifacts from his hands. He was speechless when he saw the holy artifacts. However, we should think of a way to solve it when we have the time. The Shadow Gate is ultimately just a stopgap measure. The main point is to remove the source of dark elemental energy in the divine realm. However, this is probably very difficult to achieve. It will disturb the foundation of the divine realm. Yun Nuashing scratched his head in distress. I don't know the exact situation, but nothing has happened for so many years. If this continues, it will be fine as long as nothing happens, right? Yuan, she looked at him and advised, even you think it is a big project. If there is no other way, then don't torment yourself. That is not wrong. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. Nothing has happened for so many years. Nothing should happen in the future, right? Chapter 9:25. Under the gray sky, a similarly gray mountain range stood on the ground. The mountains were still majestic, but there was a hint of sadness in them. Following their shape, they meandered towards the end of the line of sight. Under the gray sky, ashes fell from the dead silence. The world was lonely and desolate. The exposure of the innermost space of the Jia-Su secret realm caused this place to become exceptionally cold and cheerless. Large amounts of spatial energy gathered in various places, like huge ice crystals that were about to fall. At a certain moment, the spatial energy gathered to the extreme. Then, the space suddenly collapsed. Silver-blue balls of light flashed on the ground and disappeared. Then, groups of people gradually appeared. Countless people looked around in a daze. Originally, they were still looking at the huge floating island in the sky, crashing down like a meteor. With a sway, they felt as if they had fainted, and when they reappeared, they were in this gloomy world. Countless people had a blank look on their faces, not knowing what had happened. However, this strange change had piqued the curiosity of many people. One after another, they stood up and looked at the dilapidated land. A trace of sadness welled up in their hearts, as if they had been affected by the environment here. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the distance, countless silver-blue balls of light appeared and disappeared quickly. Those people who had disappeared suddenly appeared out of thin air, causing those who came out of the secret realm to be even more confused. At the same time, they were also shocked. The people who gathered together murmured something. At a glance, it looked like a collective truce. Many teams gathered here to rest and discuss the unbelievable thing that had just happened. In this seemingly harmonious situation, Many people suddenly had a flash of inspiration, as if they had been enlightened. They stood up abruptly, and the confusion in their eyes was swept away. All of them moved and headed towards different places. Moreover, they all rose into the sky together. There were quite a number of people who had sensed something. They are all here. Many of them are smart people. Although they don't know what has happened, a little bit of connection power can still make them move. On the gray mountain, Yun Nuashing looked at those people who had soared into the sky. His gaze was aimlessly fixed on a group of people. He watched as they rushed towards other areas. After they disappeared from his sight, he calmly retracted his gaze. His palm gently stroked Xiao Xian, who was lying on his arm and leisurely wagging her tail. "Father, will Lin Sheng and Yao Hua be successful?" Bing Er turned her head to look at Yun Nuashing. That day, she had inexplicably eaten something and recovered. Her entire person, her entire demon body, felt different. The spiritual light in her eyes bloomed like a sage who had gained great enlightenment and wisdom. She also felt like a mystical heavenly treasure that had lived for hundreds of millions of years. Her entire body was overflowing with spiritual aura. As for what had changed, Bing Er herself could not tell. She just felt comfortable all over, as if something that was detrimental to her body's cultivation had been cleansed. Even her soul had become several times brighter. No, we might be able to make it in time for the nearest areas. As for the areas that are slightly further away, unless Yao Hua personally goes to the furthest area to catch the holy object, he probably won't be able to make it in time. Yun Nuashing looked up at the people below. His hand that was stroking Xiao Xian's soft fur paused. "We should be able to take away about 10 of them at once. If we are able to resolve the conflict quickly, 12 shouldn't be a problem. After all, the other people's reaction speed is not slow either. They might not be able to make it in time for the furthest 6 areas, but they should be able to fight for it. As for whether we can succeed or not, that is not something we can control. Aren't we going to help?" Yuan, she looked into the distance. "If we are going to fight, it would be better if we have more people. Most of the high-level combatants have stayed here." Speaking of this, Zian and the others were stunned. They counted silently, and their expressions were a little strange. There were 10 of them. 7 of them were at the beginner god level, and 2 were at the demigod level. One of them didn't seem to have much combat power, but he was more ferocious than anyone else. Most of their combat power was here. Believe in them. Yao Hua and the rest have all advanced to the beginner god level, and Lin Shang and the rest are not simple people. If I have to say, Yun Nuashing pondered for a while, rubbed his fingers, and flicked the ears of the little lazy bum who was sleeping all day long in his arms, and said, "Yes, it should be like this. The protagonists of heaven and earth in this period, if we pick them out and evaluate them comprehensively, they are also very strong." When you say this, it doesn't sound convincing at all. Everyone looked at him with slight resentment and sighed faintly. "I won't participate in the competition between the younger generation of this era. That's what you should do." Yun Nuashing glanced at them indifferently and said, "Then what are you going to do? Be your little deity?" Yuan, she mumbled. Yun Nuashing pondered. His gaze was slightly deep. What was he? According to his plan, he wouldn't participate in the competition between the heavens and the earth in this era. There was no need for him to participate. He used to be a god and had the body of a taboo god in the ancient times. These 2 titles were enough to represent a lot of things. He didn't have the intention to compete with the little brats for anything. Those people and those things would happen naturally. He didn't intend to get involved. He still had his own things to do. Yes, I should be considered. After thinking like this for a while, Yun Nuashing frowned slightly and muttered for a while. Everyone looked at him curiously. They wanted to know how he saw himself and how he saw himself after knowing all these things. As if he had thought of a very appropriate answer, Yun Nuashing smiled faintly and said, "Observer." "That's right. Independent observation. Drifting away from the world, watching the world. But, my great observer, you bear the mission of protecting the realm of the gods. You're also the divine body of the spiritual reception of this era. Currently, the monster realm and demon realm are about to appear. Moreover, they will definitely not leave you alone. How can you stand alone? If you want to transcend the world, you have to wait for the right time. Yuan, she sighed. Yun Nuoxing's expression stiffened. Seeing his expression, everyone sighed helplessly. It seemed like this guy really didn't have any self-awareness. He always wanted to transcend the mortal world, but there were still many people in the mortal world who were thinking about him. This guy probably couldn't even become a great deity. He would probably fall from the sky because of people's nagging. This is a problem. Let me think. There doesn't seem to be a solution. Sigh. This bunch of brats always make me worry. Can't they just let me rest for a while? Yun Nuoxing tugged at his long hair and sighed helplessly. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's all because your reputation is too frightening. You don't even know how important you are to this world. When you're evil, you're also in a state of destroying the world. If you're evil, you'll be a disaster. If you're not evil, you'll still be a mysterious relic. The number of major forces in the outside world who are thinking about him can't be counted with one hand. Even if you have 2 legs, it probably won't be enough. With this kind of worldwide attention status, you still want to transcend the mortal world? You're the one who fell into depravity in the mortal world. In my memory, I've lived in the realm of the gods for several lifetimes. Even in the lower realm, there are some worlds similar to the realm of the gods. Competition and heroes vie for supremacy. I don't know how many lifetimes it has been, but I just can't rest. Yun Nuoxing sighed. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. Chu Yingzhan shook her head and glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. With your reputation, how can it be quiet? This world will undergo a huge change because of you. You're the core of this matter, and you still want to be quiet? Yun Nuoxing looked at her with hidden bitterness. Just as he was about to say something, his eyes suddenly trembled. He raised his head and looked into the distance. In a place that couldn't be seen by the naked eye, there was suddenly a bright light pillar that soared into the sky. The extremely bright light pillar dyed the dark gray sky and made everyone shocked. Countless people also raised their heads to look at the place where the light pillar rose. That place crossed several regions. Even a beginner god would find it difficult to see from this place. However, it was reflected in their eyes so clearly. Buzz. Suddenly, 2 objects flew out from Yun Nuoxing's body and stood on both sides of him. They were the dark elemental holy artifact and the void holy artifact. After the 2 holy artifacts appeared, they also suddenly burst into extremely bright light. Then, 2 light pillars soared into the sky. That huge movement attracted the attention of countless people. In an instant, Yun Nuoxing and the others also knew what was going on with those light pillars in the distance. Have all the holy artifacts there been taken by someone else? Yuan Shi and the others narrowed their eyes and looked at the place where the light pillars soared into the sky. He counted carefully. 13. There are still 3 left. Just as he finished speaking, a fiery red light pillar surged at the end of the horizon and dyed the distant sky orange. This has been activated by someone. The 16 holy artifacts should have been activated. The remaining 2 holy artifacts are probably still fiercely fighting for them. However, as long as it stabilizes, perhaps immediately, before Yun Nuoxing could finish speaking, another 2 light pillars burst into the sky. A total of 16 extremely bright light pillars once again changed the dark gray sky. At this moment, everyone seemed to have realized what was going on and knew what was going on with these light pillars. However, knowing was one thing. Many people here glanced at the place where the 2 light pillars came from and only sighed. In the end, they still didn't know what was going on. However, the holy artifacts had fallen into Yun Nuoxing's hands, so they didn't seem to have any resentment. What happened that day had cast a shadow in everyone's hearts. Now, looking at the people beside him, each of them had a strong aura. They were all masters that they couldn't afford to offend. Little star, what do you think this second stage is? Yuan, she crossed his arms and looked at the people below. He saw that some people's eyes were flickering and some dangerous auras were leaking from their bodies, intimidating those people. Only then did he say, the people participating in this journey to the secret realm aren't just the god-tier academies of the realm of the gods. There are also many forces of the realm of the gods. Is there any special meaning to this second stage? Perhaps there is. Yun Nuashing looked at the other 14 light pillars and carefully sized them up for a while. Then he looked at the 2 holy artifacts beside him and said, perhaps the 16 holy artifacts can open the door to different degrees. Perhaps some holy artifacts can only bring 10 people in, while some holy artifacts with stronger energy can bring 100 people in. If the second stage is meaningful, it might be to let the 16 teams divide the holy artifacts among themselves. Yun Nuashing analyzed from the brightness of those light pillars, but he didn't know whether he was right or not. He could only guess. Otherwise, what was the meaning of the second stage? Although I don't really understand. Nightmare twisted his neck and made a cracking sound. He then clenched his fists and laughed mischievously. But it seems like they want to fight. I understand that part. Everyone rolled their eyes helplessly. This battle idiot, battle maniac, the 2 holy artifacts beside him suddenly emitted rays of light that fell from the sky. A dense ball of light fell and enveloped Yun Nuashing and the others. Then, the gray sky gradually became brighter. It was as if a curtain of light had fallen from the sky and enveloped the group. Dense spatial fluctuations gradually spread out. Then, countless rays of light soared into the sky and disappeared in this gray world. As everyone left, the gray world rumbled and shook. The dark elemental energy that had accumulated in places that no one could see was also burned at this moment and dissipated between heaven and earth. This space became more and more distorted, as if it was going to completely self-destruct. Taiyuan region, on the day when the journey to the secret realm opened, a huge square was located in the center of Taiyuan region, near Xingming City. This huge square could accommodate 1 million people. At this moment, in this spacious square, there was a palm-sized black door floating in the air, quietly rotating. Since the day when countless people had left, this place had become completely quiet. Not many people stopped to wait here. No one knew how long this journey to the secret realm would last. Clang! At a certain moment, a loud tremor suddenly erupted from the small black door. It sounded like the loud sound of metal clashing against metal, reverberating in the square. The loud sound even spread throughout the entire Star Underworld City. The originally noisy and lively Star Underworld City seemed to have quietened down in an instant. Countless people looked at each other blankly, not knowing what had happened. Only a few people still remembered what had happened more than a year ago. This event could be considered a grand occasion among the younger generation in the myriad gods world, so naturally many people would remember it. At this moment, when they heard the sound of metal clashing, they were all stunned. Was it time? Suddenly, a figure appeared in the empty square. This figure looked a little ordinary and didn't appear to be tall. As soon as he appeared, he floated beside the small black door. When he saw the door constantly vibrating, an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. He stretched out his fair hand and pressed it on the small door. Immediately it quieted down. How rare! The Jie-Su secret realm has been opened many times, but has never been opened. The dark elemental energy there has accumulated to a dangerous threshold. If we don't clean it up soon, something bad will happen. The young figure sighed. A look of vicissitudes flashed across his eyes. Obviously, he was an old monster of unknown age, even though he looked so young. Back then, the Jie-Su secret realm could produce 16 keys. That's why we didn't destroy it. TSK, in the end, it hasn't been opened for so many years. Those 16 keys have never been taken out. But this time, It seems like we can get what we want. Is it worth it? The other secret realms basically have 5 or 6 keys, and we don't need to waste our energy to maintain the stability of the secret realm. This Jia Su secret realm, on the other hand, has always been maintained with a lot of effort. At this point, the person shook his head helplessly. I just don't know which force was lucky enough to obtain these keys. Haha, the keys to the Jia Su secret realm are a little special. At the same time, the news that the journey to the secret realm was coming to an end gradually spread to the other forces that participated in this grand event. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Taiyuan territory. However, they knew that this was only the news that was about to end. It didn't mean that it was going to end now. As long as one had some understanding of the second phase, they knew. It was just that no one knew where this phase would take place, whether it would take place in the secret realm or somewhere else. No one knew. This was not a public matter. However, it seemed to be a little different this time. The news of the journey to the secret realm was passed to the hands of many major forces, such as the 9 divine temples, the 12 star palaces, and several ancient families. These transcendent forces all received the news that the journey was coming to an end. Their expressions all changed. As for the Qi family, they had already received news of Qi Haoyu's death a year ago. Now that the journey to the secret realm was exposed, the faces of the Qi family's higher-ups darkened. Pay attention to the movements of the 9 divine temples. Although we can't be completely sure about Haoyu's death to be able to kill him before he could even crush the soul jade, it's most likely someone of the younger generation with the spiritual, godly physique. We didn't receive news of that kid entering the secret realm on the day it opened. But that doesn't mean that he won't appear inside. King Qi's face was gloomy, as if a storm was about to come. That little bastard seems to have some connections with the 9 divine temples. The patriarch has been in seclusion for a long time. We can't let him come out and see the Qi family in such a sorry state. Send Qi Feng and the other seedlings to the small divine prefecture first. As for the 9 divine temples and the spiritual godly physique, make appropriate arrangements. Seeing that King Qi's expression was extremely gloomy but did not explode, Qi Yu and the others knew that he was just a volcano that was enduring silently. With a force like the 9 divine temples in front of him, he had no choice but to endure silently. However, there was a limit to this. Even a rabbit would bite when it was forced into a corner, and the Qi family was not a rabbit to begin with on the 9 divine temple side. When they received news that the secret realm was about to end, the Golden Queen and the others were a little excited. It had been a year. Unknowingly, the divine temples had become a lot quieter without those little fellows around, although they did not know what had happened in the secret realm during this year, and what kind of adventures the little fellows had encountered. The powerful aura that came from the soul tablets made them know that these little fellows seemed to have improved a lot. They had all managed to squeeze into that realm. It should be known that those who could squeeze into the elementary deity level were considered true experts in the realm of the gods. Moreover, the elementary deity level was definitely not as easy to enter as one would think. It seemed that there was something special in the secret realm that sped up their progress. Well, don't be too excited. Prepare what you need to prepare first. When they come back, we have to check on them first. They broke through the elementary deity level too quickly. I'm worried that they have overdrawn part of their talent. If so, we have to find a way to make up for it so that they don't have enough stamina. Seeing that everyone was excited about the little fellow's return, Palace Master Jean could not help but say. This sentence calmed Golden Queen and the others down a little. They all nodded. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to break through from the demigod 9th transformation to the elementary deity level without decades of accumulation. However, this group of children had broken through the demigod 9th transformation and entered the elementary deity level in a year. This made them a little worried. They were afraid that Yao Hua and the others would have some side effects because of this. Boom! Just as they finished speaking, there was a loud explosion from the golden divine temple. A secret room was flipped into the sky, causing the palace masters, Golden Queen, and the others to be stunned. That direction seemed to be the place where Ning Qianxue was cultivating in seclusion. Before everyone could go over to take a look, they saw a beautiful figure in blue and white rush out in a hurry. She said, "I found where Little Star and the others are holding the second stage." Everyone was stunned. This fellow had actually found that place. In the past, not many people had paid attention to it. After all, the journey to the secret territory would not be made public. However, seeing that she was in a hurry, everyone was a little confused. "Where is it?" Ning Qianxue hurriedly tidied up. Looking at everyone, her expression was very serious. Her words stunned everyone. "In the east of the Taiyuan region, near the Heavenly Abyss, that is a forbidden area." Chapter 9:26 Sky Abyss. The Golden Princess and the others were stunned when they heard this. Then their expressions became serious. That place was a place of no life and was filled with unknown dangers. The level of danger there was no less than the eye of the storm sea in the East Sea of the Divine Land. Even an emperor god could easily lose his life if he entered that place. Usually, only those who were looking for death or wanted to die would enter that place. Others would not be so bored as to enter that place for a walk. They would rather hide from that place. Why is it that place? Palace leader Jean could not help but frown. That place was not a good place. Out of all the death traps, Sky Abyss was one of the most famous. It was infamous and very mysterious. I remember that place. It was where a god spirit was buried a few eras ago, Queen Jean said as she rubbed her chin. Golden Queen's jade-like hand stroked her chin. She whispered, "God's spirit burial ground." Many strange things happen. Many people know about this place, and many speculate that there is a complete god spirit ruin down there. It is just that the area is covered by a strange presence. Not many people can get in. Back then, a big faction was killed by the Sky Abyss. That faction had 30 God King elites. They all died there. Not even dust was left. Palace leader Jin's voice was serious. Speaking of which, the god spirit that died was the one from the Shi family. He was the elder of the Shi family. Since he died, the Shi family's status fell. Even with the god spirit blood pulse, there are not many top-class elites in the family. No, this is not the time to talk about this. Queen Jean was shocked. She suddenly reacted. She rolled her eyes at Palace leader Jean and said, "Prepare the eternal weapons. Bring a dozen of them. Little Star and the others are there. Perhaps they will be in danger." "I will go, too," Ning Qianxue said as she waved her fist in the air. "It is just a ghost that has been dead for a few eras. I am a living god spirit. What can it do to me?" Queen Jean and the others broke out in cold sweat. They were afraid she would say that. They were not worried about Sky Abyss. They were just worried that Ning Qianxue would be so worried that she would dig up someone's grave. She would not be able to rest in peace after she died. This was an ancient and desolate land. No one had set foot here for countless years. One era was enough to accumulate the aura of time. This creeping mountain range had been eroded by time for several eras. Naturally, it carried an ancient aura. To ordinary people, this aura was no different whether it was several eras or dozens of eras old. They only needed to know that this place had existed for a long time. Moreover, it was very strange and mysterious. In particular, countless people would remember this place because it was a place that could cause people to die without paying for it. In the center of this mountain range, a vertical crack suddenly appeared. The mountain was also smoothly cut from top to bottom. When one looked over, an abyss that was tens of thousands of feet wide suddenly appeared in one's sight. From the bottom of the abyss, there was a terrifying aura. It was as if it was the deepest darkness, deeper than the ninth hell. That aura directly changed the nature of the area within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. It was no longer suitable for the existence of life. Even staying here would make one feel uncomfortable. The rules here had changed. tens of thousands of feet high in the sky. There was a huge golden platform. Looking at it from a distance, it was no different from the abyss below. A thin barrier enveloped the golden platform, isolating it from the strange aura of energy coming from the abyss. Rays of light descended from the sky and fell on the golden platform. The rays of light gradually dissipated, revealing the figures inside. 16 teams descended uniformly. More than 100 people were scattered on the golden platform. After they appeared, they were all startled. Soon after, they quietly separated a distance. Those who wore the same clothes or the same emblem gathered together. Oh, it wasn't quite right to say that there were 16 teams, because 10 of them were wearing the dazzling, white, golden robes. It was the uniform of the Long Guang Academy. These 10 teams could actually be considered as one team. Then there was Yun Nuoxing's team. Because of the 2 sacred objects, they were divided into 2 groups. However, they weren't far apart. Moreover, he could also be considered as one of the Long Guang Academy's teams. With this, there were only 5 teams left out of the 16 teams. The other 4 teams were wearing different clothes. Moreover, only one of them was from a divine academy. The other 3 teams seemed to be from some forces in the divine world. However, Yun Nuoxing couldn't recognize them. As for the other 4 groups of people, they were also very powerful. There were fewer of them, and they were basically all initial God stage and semi-God stage experts. It seemed that Yun Nuoxing wasn't the only one who had gained a lot in the secret realm. Many of the others had also advanced to the initial God stage. That strange secret realm had reduced the time needed to advance from the semi-God stage to the initial God stage by countless times. They were suddenly sent to a strange place, causing everyone to be on guard. Their gazes constantly swept around, and it was extremely difficult for them to not notice the huge abyss that had suddenly appeared below them. The strange aura that spread out from the abyss was also sensed by the sensitive crowd. That aura caused everyone's hearts to palpitate, and it was somewhat oppressive. It was as if the moment they left this thin golden barrier, they would instantly shatter. This is heavenly abyss. The huge abyss was reflected in his eyes, causing Yun Nuoxing to be stunned for a moment. In the past, he had an almost fanatical pursuit of these dangerous places, and because of some strange memories, he had also understood this heavenly abyss before. Although it was only a partial understanding, and this information was something that anyone could find as long as they wanted to know, it was not a very secretive thing. Although he had never seen the true appearance of heavenly abyss, that special appearance, which seemed to be unique among all the life-forbidden zones, allowed him to recognize it at a glance. However, he only glanced at it once before sweeping it away. His expression was a little unnatural. It wasn't that he wasn't curious about this place, but because his body seemed to have moved a little. Ugh. The suppression of the secret realm has disappeared, and it has returned to the second seal of the demon rank. It's different from using the elements of chaos to resist the suppression in the secret realm. This time, it has completely returned to normal. The energy left behind actually has signs of breaking through to the next realm. Without leaving a trace, Yun Nuoxing clenched his fist tightly and took a deep breath. The power of the soul gathered next to the energy carrier, temporarily sealing the small space that was opened up. Now was not the time to break through to the next realm. At least he had to wait until the trip to the secret realm was officially over before he could break through to the next realm with peace of mind. It seems that I can get rid of this restriction. This time there shouldn't be any mistakes, right? Yun Nuoxing sighed. Suddenly, he felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. When he turned his head, he saw that everyone was looking at him with a strange expression. Some were doubtful, some were serious, and all of them seemed to have noticed that his expression was abnormal. Yuan, she took a step forward, cracked his neck, and cracked his knuckles. Little star, if you confess, you will be lenient. If you resist, you will be punished severely. If you don't comply, only death awaits you. Everyone rolled their eyes in unison. Yun Nuashing shrugged helplessly. He didn't intend to hide anything in the first place. After adjusting his words, he said faintly, "It's nothing. After coming out of the secret realm, I found that I seemed to be able to break through to the peak of the demigod rank." Everyone was stunned. Oh. After being stunned for a moment, everyone instantly understood something. As early as a year ago, when Quarter Moon appeared in the mausoleum world, she said that she had left behind an energy that was enough for him to break through to the demigod rank directly. Now that he came out of the secret realm, it seemed to have been unsealed by itself. Well, I've been thinking about it day and night. Finally, I can get rid of this damned second seal of the demonic rank. Yun Nuashing sighed sadly. He didn't know how long it had been since he had the slightest movement in his strength. The reason for that was that he was worried that the darkness in his soul would cause trouble. This matter had been bothering him for a long time. From the time when everyone was still at the immortal rank to now when everyone was already at the demigod rank, it had always troubled him. So he didn't dare to cultivate. However, now is not a very good time. It's temporarily sealed. When I'm done with the matters here, I should break through to the demigod rank. Oh, it should be directly breaking through to the demigod rank, Yun Nuashing said. Isn't the spiritual godly body immune to seals? Chu Yingzhan looked at him strangely. The spiritual godly body can gradually engulf the seals on its body, so the effects of the seals aren't that great. It's still possible for a temporary seal. I've just sealed myself. Well, I won't be able to hold on for long, so it's better to hurry up and settle the matters here. Yun Nuashing pursed his lips. The space above the golden platform suddenly distorted, and soon it formed a black space door. A powerful aura exploded from it, causing everyone to look over. The black space door suddenly flickered, and then a very young figure with long white hair slowly walked out of the space door. He was holding a palm-sized door in his hand. Tianyuan? The venue this time is a little interesting. After that person came out of the space door, he was stunned for a moment when he saw the place. However, he didn't look as shocked or frightened as others when they heard about the forbidden zone for life. However, when the group of people below heard this name, especially when they knew that they were inside, their faces turned pale. Their cheeks and eyes kept twitching, and they couldn't help but curse in their hearts. They never thought that they would come to such a frightening place in the second stage. This was a place that even some high-level gods didn't dare to come to. The calm person looked at the group of people below, and Yun Nuashing also raised her head to look at the small black door in his hand. He was one of the few people in this group who was very calm. After all, no matter how frightening Tianyuan's name was, it wasn't as frightening as his own background. He just looked at the familiar small black door with a little curiosity and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Time! The incident of sending the shadow door out that day was still vivid in his mind. In the blink of an eye, he saw the shadow door again, and dozens of eras had passed. This was probably something that even he himself didn't expect. Well, these were all Quarter Moon's memories. Little guys, first of all, congratulations on obtaining the qualification to participate in the second stage of the journey to the secret land. As long as you don't go out, you won't be affected by the aura outside. So this stage is very straightforward. Before explaining the rules, a very important point is that the 16 holy objects are the keys to the small divine lands. However, their strength is also divided. The holy object with the strongest energy can take 20 people to the small divine lands, and the weakest one can take 6 people to the small divine lands. This is different from the keys rewarded in the previous trips to the secret land. The holy objects in this secret land have never been obtained before. They are the original holy objects, and they can be used repeatedly. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. In the previous trips to the secret land, the final reward was a holy object, which was the key to the small divine lands. However, those were all one-time use. It would disappear no matter how many people were sent in at the same time. The most difficult part was entering the small divine lands. Moreover, Until now, no one had found a way to enter the small divine lands easily. The only result was that an emperor god expert had to go all out. However, not everyone could ask an emperor god expert to help. Experts of this level were always found in first-rate forces. Some first-rate forces might have sect masters who had just reached the emperor god level. As for second-rate forces, they might not even have high-level gods. This showed the importance of the holy object key, a key that could be used repeatedly and could continuously send their disciples to the small divine lands to train, was a priceless treasure to some forces. The perfect rules of heaven and earth in the primordial age would allow everyone to cultivate better. As for Yun Nuashing, Yao Hua, and the others, they were not very interested. Not to mention that there was a large group of emperor gods in the 9 divine temples. Yun Nuashing could also open the dark elemental barrier by himself. After all, this barrier was more or less related to him. There are other mysteries about the holy objects in this secret land, so I won't say much about it. The rules are very simple. Finish it in an hour. Let's be straightforward. Snatch and defend. The young figure grinned, revealing his big white teeth. There are no special rules. As long as you don't kill, it's fine. Even if one side obtains 4 or 5 holy objects, it's fine, as long as you can defend it. Then, if there are many people here in the same group, wouldn't that be a great advantage? Yao Hua suddenly raised his hand and said, their group had all entered the secret land. Haha, if one side has too many people, they must ensure that the other side has at least one holy object as a guarantee. As for how strong or weak the holy object is, it depends on their own luck. How could that young figure not know what he was thinking? He couldn't help but smile. He could also see that half of the people here seemed to be from the Far Light Academy. Under this kind of absolute suppression in numbers, in order to prevent the other half from being miserable and not being able to obtain anything, of course, there were protective measures. Oh! Yun Nuashing and the others let out a long "oh," causing the other 4 groups to suddenly tremble. They felt an inexplicable chill descend from the sky. Brother Yin, what do you think? Lin Sheng raised his eyebrows and said with a half-smile, I don't want to watch. Yun Nuashing shrugged and looked at Yao Hua. Yao Hua, what do you think? Yao Hua's eyebrows twitched, and he immediately looked at the other 4 groups with malicious intent. I think that this is a little bullying. The faces of the other 4 groups immediately darkened. At this moment, anyone with a discerning eye could see that this large group of people was in the same group. Looking at their shifty-eyed expressions, it was obvious that they were up to no good. The 4 of them together were not even half of the other side's number. The young figure in the air was also stunned. He looked at the group of people with a strange gaze and shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. However, he did not say anything. It was not like this had never happened in the previous trips to the secret realms. However, every time it happened, the second stage, which was supposed to be a fierce battle, would become a child's play. Basically, it would end without any effort. Unless there was a person from the weaker side who had the power to crush everyone else, they would basically have to wait dejectedly for the end of the round to end with a sacred object. Logically speaking, those who appeared here were not weak. The weakest, excluding Yun Nuashing, was a demigod, and the strongest was an immortal emperor. Based on this point alone, the other 4 groups had no desire to fight. Even if they fought, they would probably be beaten up. There were no one-on-one rules here. So, my friends, what do you think? Nightmare laughed and flashed his big white teeth at the other 4 groups. His face was full of smiles, making people want to beat him up. This was clearly bullying. What else could they think? Aren't you going to fight? If not, I'll announce the end of the round. Then go back to your own homes. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Hurry up and decide. At this moment, the person floating in the air urged them. The other 4 groups' faces darkened and their mouths became dry. How are they going to fight? Tell me, how are they going to fight? Not everyone was like Yun Nuashing, who had the freakish strength to fight against 100 or 10,000 people alone. Us. Suddenly, a person stood out from the other four groups, making Yun Nuashing and the others look askance. There was actually someone who had the courage to resist. Interesting. Nightmare was rubbing his hands together. However, in the next second, that person spread his hands helplessly and sighed. There's no way to fight. We admit defeat. Nightmare staggered and fell to the ground, doing a split. He twitched and could not stand up for a while. Everyone. Why do you have such a heroic expression when you surrender? You make it seem like we bullied you. Wasn't this blatant bullying? This was bullying. The four groups criticized silently, but they did not dare to say anything. Oh, have you reached an agreement? You don't want to fight, right? The young figure raised his eyebrows and smiled. Then I announce that this round of the Secret Realm trip has come to an end. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although there were times in the past when it was very childish, it was probably not as childish as today. However, it could not be helped. Yun Nuashing's group had too many people, and each of them had a strong aura. The strongest among them was a divine emperor expert. On the other hand, although the other group was not weak, the strongest was only an ultimate god. Moreover, they only got a small advantage in terms of obtaining the holy artifact. They took advantage of the fact that many people did not know each other, had no grudges, and had never seen each other in the secret realm. There was no reason for them to fight. As for their dissatisfaction, it could not be helped. In short, due to various reasons, the second phase of this round of the Secret Realm trip was probably the fastest to end. Well, this is not the first time something so dramatic has happened, Yun Nuashing said calmly, completely unaware that she was the one who created this situation. Anyway, not many people who are related to you end up in a normal state, muttered Yuan Shi. Chapter 9:27. Under the clear sky, a golden floating platform floated above an incomparably huge abyss. The aura emanating from the abyss caused the blue sky to change slightly. Even within the barrier, everyone could feel the strange aura. When the young figure announced that everything was over, the weak aura of hostility dissipated completely. The group of people relaxed and looked at the heaven abyss below with interest. So it's over. Standing at the edge of the golden platform, Yun Nuashing looked down at the abyss below. He scratched his head and sighed. This matter was over, but there were still other things to do. There were still many things to do that were waiting to be done by the sequence. Yes, it's over. Yao Hua also sighed beside her. Unknowingly, more than a year had passed. There was also more than a month of dreamlike experience in between. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't help but sigh. They were people who had been to the 5 Elements realm and had seen the world. Hey, it's a pity that we didn't get all 16 sacred relics. Yao Hua shrugged his shoulders casually. As soon as he said this, the 4 groups of people immediately looked over. You guys got 12 sacred relics. What else do you want? We didn't get the water, wood, metal, and wind keys. For safety reasons, we sent 6 or 7 people to each location. In the end, we didn't even have time to go to the last 4 locations before it was over. Yao Hua laughed loudly. Everyone's face darkened. In previous trips to the secret realms, there were cases where one force took the majority. However, the other secret realms only had 4 or 5 sacred relic keys at most. You guys got 12 keys in one go. You've broken the record. The young figure quietly landed on the platform. The shadow gate in his hand rotated quietly, revealing a spatial fluctuation. After activating the shadow gate for a while, he waved his sleeve. A black ray of light swept out from the shadow gate and opened a black spatial door more than 2 meters tall in the center of the golden platform. The pitch-black space made everyone's hair stand on end. All right, little guys, it's time to leave. This platform will dissipate soon. I think you guys won't be interested in the sinkhole below. The person laughed. Why would the second stage be held in such a strange place? Yuan, she couldn't help but ask. They had inexplicably appeared in the sky above a life-forbidden zone, and according to the original plan, they were supposed to cause a big ruckus, causing trouble in the forbidden zone. The person who did this last time was now buried in an unknown height of grass. Hee, I can't explain it clearly either. It was all the shadow sect's choice. That person waved the small black door in his hand and said, "There's no need to worry about safety. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. Don't be fooled by the fact that the barrier of this platform is only a thin layer. In reality, it can withstand a full-powered attack from a heavenly god without collapsing. Back then, the creator of the Shadow Sect was an Empyrean god." Hearing this, Ming and the others slowly turned their gazes to Yun Nuoxing. They couldn't help but think, this god is standing right in front of you. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but mutter when everyone glanced at her. Since it's a first-generation holy relic, there are some rules that need to be mentioned. The young figure coughed dryly and waved his hand, saying, "Other than being able to open the door to the little divine land, the first-generation holy relic also has some other uses. As for the specific uses, you can find them yourself. This holy relic, whether you keep it for yourself or give it to someone else in your family, there's no problem. However, once we find out that someone is using it to make a deal, we have no choice but to send someone to take back the holy relic in your hands. From the God Emperor to the Netherworld King, all forces that can be used can be used. This is also the agreement from back then. The 9 divine temples also have the right to supervise, so I don't have to say the rest, you should all understand." The group of people nodded vigorously, like chickens pecking at rice, and swore that they wouldn't use it as a bargaining chip to do anything shameful. After hearing this, the young man nodded with a smile. He waved his hand and pointed to the black space door, saying, "This door can send you to a safe place. Wherever you want to go, just think about it and you'll be able to get there. This is the only large space transmission, other than the little divine land. There's no problem even if you want to go to the Kuin Yuan region. If there's nothing else, you should leave early. This place will be maintained for another half an hour. If you don't leave in half an hour, you'll be forcefully sent back to the square next to Xingming City." After saying this, the young man's figure flashed and disappeared, leaving a group of people staring at each other. The 4 groups of people left immediately. There was nothing to say if they stayed here. What's next? Yuan, she looked up at the sky. After a while, he lowered his head and looked at everyone present. "We'll probably go straight back to the Longguang Academy." Lin Sheng smiled at him. Then he turned his gaze and looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was looking up at the sky in deep thought and wearing a faint smile that would never disappear. Lin Sheng asked, "What about Brother Yin? Aren't you all going back to the academy to take a look?" Yun Nuoxing lowered his head and pondered for a while. Then he narrowed his eyes. After the journey to the secret realm ended, everyone went back to their own homes. The disciples of the large factions returned to their own factions, while the students of the academies returned to their own. As for him, I won't go back. Yun Nuoxing reached out and stroked his long hair that floated in front of him. He sighed softly. "I've done what I promised during the journey to the secret realm. This result is enough to report back to the academy. As for graduation, Elder Yanfeng and the others can take care of it. When the time comes, just let me know. The first round of the star trial has also ended." Hearing him say that he wouldn't go back, Lin Sheng, Ding Mingyu, Jun Luo Yi, and the others also sighed in their hearts. They felt a little melancholy, but they didn't say anything meaningless to persuade him. This journey had allowed them to know a lot about Yun Nuoxing. They knew that he still had a lot of things to do. It wasn't that urgent, but it wouldn't be too late either. They had no reason to slow him down. There was no reason for them to delay him. You can still spend a long time in the academy, peacefully. This leisure will stop after a year. Yun Nuoxing sighed faintly, causing everyone to be stunned. A year? What's wrong with a year? Is something big going to happen after a year? Yao Hua asked, confused. Yes, something big. Very, very big. Is the birth of the two worlds of monsters and demons considered a big deal? Yun Nuashing nodded. His calm words made everyone's expression freeze. Birth, a year. Everyone was shocked. Yao Hua and the others who had attended the gathering in Taiyuan jumped. Didn't they say 10 years back then? There was still 6 or 7 years to go, right? How did it suddenly become a year? At that time, the people from the demon world said within 10 years. They didn't say 10 years later. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes fiercely. When I was at the first Heavenly Gods training ground, I used my astrolabe to make a little deduction. It's about time. After saying that, Yun Nuashing sighed again. And within this year, I need to repair and activate the guardian formation of the realm of gods. I need to go to the northern ice realm to find my previous body. I need to go to the southern ice realm to retrieve a certain item. I also need to go to the southern ice realm to find the ruined temple and retrieve the memories of the previous lives of this era. If possible, I need to retrieve the karmic fire of the Red Lotus before the demon world descends. I also need to make a trip to the eastern sea's burning mountain. There's also the dark golden forest. Later on, I still need to talk about unsealing my energy and breaking through to elementary God or something. Even if I can't break through to elementary God in one go, I'll still be able to reach the peak of demigod. That's another painful thing to do. When he reached the end of his speech, he himself was going crazy. Everyone was dizzy listening to him. He was really going to run all over the realm of gods. Seeing Yun Nuashing's gloomy look, everyone helplessly shook their heads. It really was a case of capable people do more work. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to do it. Lin Shang and the others helplessly smiled bitterly and said, "Well, we don't know much about you. Although we don't know how busy you are, we can only wish you the best." Oh, Yun Nuashing laughed heartily. He gave a thumbs up and said, "See you in the Little Divine Lands. This time it's really the Little Divine Lands. You guys will also go to the Little Divine Lands before us. I will also go to the Little Divine Lands after I'm done with some things." Everyone laughed and nodded. The Little Divine Lands was a grand and glorious place. Without him, it would be much less fun. Just as Lin Shang and the others were about to leave, Yu who was running wildly on the golden platform, suddenly ran back from the edge of the platform. She threw herself at Yun Nuashing's side and wrapped her 2 jade-like hands around his neck. She said in a light voice, "Brother, brother, there's someone watching us." Lin Shang and the others were about to leave. When they heard this, they instinctively felt that something seemed to have happened. They couldn't help but stop and turn their gazes. Yun Nuashing was dragged by Yu to the edge of the golden platform. Everyone hurriedly followed. Yu stood at the edge of the platform and looked down. Then she stretched out her hand and pointed at the edge of the heaven abyss. Everyone also looked over. At the edge of the heaven abyss, on the top of the mountain that had been neatly cut in half, a figure appeared. He didn't seem to be wearing anything special. In fact, he was dressed in somewhat ancient clothing. He looked like a middle-aged man. Golden blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. Only a pair of black eye sockets remained. Half of his head was missing. White brain matter and blood mixed together and covered half of his face. He looked ferocious and terrifying. Those black eye sockets were looking at Yun Nuashing and the others, who were looking down from the sky. Just one look was enough to make everyone shudder violently. A strong desire to live made them take a step back. They patted their chests and gasped for breath. Cold sweat soaked their backs. That person was too scary. What is that thing? Xu Yingzhan was so scared that she hurriedly shrank behind Yun Nuashing. Her voice changed. "You scared me to death. I felt like I almost died when I saw it." "Oh, it's nothing." Yun Nuashing wasn't affected much. Her ancient heavenly god bloodline and God's mark were roaring and emitting a mysterious wave. She turned her head and saw that everyone was retreating. She was also stunned. She shook her head and said, It's a god's corpse that has gained sentience after death. It's not wrong to say that it's a dead spirit. It's a god's corpse that was buried here back then. The god's corpse hasn't dissipated. It hasn't changed. As soon as the two words God's corpse were mentioned, everyone sucked in a big breath of cold air. God's corpse, a god's corpse. Did a god fall here? Originally, such a powerful creature was incomparably powerful in their eyes. It was an invincible existence. However, after learning a lot of things from Yun Nua planet, they would always learn about the death of gods, the fall of gods, and so on. For a moment, they felt that their faith had been shattered. At this time, when they heard that a god had fallen here and his corpse had mutated, they could not help but sigh. In the end, countless heroes and countless gods, according to the eternal law of birth, old age, illness, and death, still passed away. Well, I'm not in the best state right now. Otherwise, I could help to expiate his soul. He was more or less a god when he was alive. It's blasphemy to suffer such misfortune after death. It's too sad for a god. Unaware of everyone's sadness, Yun Nuashing looked directly at that person on the mountain peak below. She blinked and opened her mouth to speak, which was transmitted from the platform to the mountain peak. The voice was a little ethereal and contained the power of divine authority. After the god's corpse heard it, Yun Nuashing didn't know if he still had the ability to hear. Anyway, he was an undead spirit and had some intelligence. For the time being, she assumed that he had heard it. Then, the god's corpse lowered his head stiffly, and his body fell from half of the mountain peak into the dark abyss like a leaf that had been blown off by a strong wind. Boom! The earth suddenly trembled, and half of the mountain suddenly collapsed. Countless rocks and trees rolled down, falling down towards the bottom of Heaven Abyss in a very strange trajectory. After receiving Yun Nuashing's signal, everyone dared to stick their little heads out and look at the edge of Heaven Abyss where smoke and dust billowed. When they couldn't see the god's corpse, they heaved a sigh of relief. What just happened? Nothing. I just used the language of the mythological era to chat with it. Yun Nuashing smiled and shook her head. Then she said, the aura that emanated from the abyss was that god's aura that couldn't dissipate. Now that it has become an undead spirit, that aura is mixed with cold resentment. Even an emperor god can't stay here for long. Well, there's something in the abyss that ordinary people can enjoy, and I'm too lazy to do anything about it. When I have time, come back and release its soul. Well, no one has set foot in this place for a long time. It probably sensed the remnant power of divine authority in me. It's very, very weak. That's why it came out on a whim to take a look. Yun Nuashing scratched her cheek and said, it seems that I have to seal and hide the power of divine authority. The god can still recognize it, even if I don't release it. Everyone spread their hands to show that they didn't understand. Yun Nuashing smiled, sighed, and shook her head. Now that there was nothing else to do, Lin Sheng and the others stayed to watch for a while longer. Then they took their leave and walked toward the black spatial gate. They had their own paths to walk, and they had to part ways eventually. At the very least, they had to spend some time in the academy before they had the right to talk about the future. Jun Luo came up to Yun Nuashing and whispered a few words to her. Then she left with a smile under the strange gazes of the girls, leaving behind a confused Yun Nuashing. Little Star, the Grand Elder, and the Temple Master seemed to have come. I heard that God Ning Zun has found out that we're here, so he's rushing over with thousands of firepower. Yao Hua's sudden words made Yun Nuashing, who was originally a little depressed, feel awkward. Xian and the others also looked into the distance. A year had passed, and the 9-deity temple was still the same. They knew that Yun Nuashing was in such a dangerous place, so they rushed over without saying anything. Yun Nuashing scratched her cheek and laughed dryly. Her expression was a little strange. Well, I have a lot of things to do back at the 9-deity temple. I have to take care of their bodies too. Everyone knew that she was referring to the other 9 ancestors of the 9-deity temple. Quarter Moon was once a friend of life and death. They just didn't know if Temple Master Jean and the Golden Queen would faint from excitement after hearing this news. Suddenly thinking of someone, Yun Nuashing looked at Chu Yingzhan with a strange expression. "What about you? The trip to the secret realm is over. What do you plan to do?" Originally, she didn't seem to have any special purpose or anything. Back then, it seemed that she had come to this mystic realm for a trip, so it was just a coincidence that they met. Now that the trip to the mystic realm was over, it seemed that she should be leaving. He didn't think that she would choose to follow behind him. Hearing that she was suddenly mentioned, Chu Yingzhan's jade-like hand that was playing with her hair paused. Mei Mao turned around mischievously and suddenly smiled. "Idiot, do you want to come to my house to play?" "Your house?" Yun Nuashing and the others were stunned. Speaking of which, they didn't know much about Chu Yingzhan, other than knowing her personality. They knew that she came from the Seven Elements realm. Her father also came from the Seven Elements realm. She also had a certain reputation in the God realm. Other than that, they didn't know anything about her background. They didn't investigate it either. "Well, my house is in the Kuinyuan region. You're going to the Kuinyuan region too, right?" Chu Yingzhan grinned and said. Yun Nuashing pondered for a while and thought about it. "All right, but I have to go back to the 9 divine temples first. The great chaos formation in the divine prefecture is woven through the pillars of creation of the 9 divine temples. According to the order, I have to repair that piece first, then go to the Kuinyuan region, then the Ganyuan region, then the extreme plane region, then the Taiyuan region, and finally the small divine prefecture to arrange the destination. When I go to the Ganyuan region, I have to go to the Yanli Institute to complete the trial." After talking for a while, Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked at Chu Yingzhan. "So, when I go to the Kuinyuan region, I will send you home, right?" "Well," Chu Yingzhan tilted her head and smiled sweetly. "Let's talk about it when we get back. I'm not in a hurry. It's just that my stupid father sent me a message and asked me to go home. Well, anyway, it's not the first time I sneaked out of my house. My stupid father knows that he can't control me, so he can only send me a message occasionally to ask me to go back and see if I'm still alive." Chu Yingzhan said with a smile. Yun Nuashing and the others were speechless. It must be hard to have such a daughter, right? Chapter 928. Outside of the heavenly abyss, far away from the terrifying energy below the abyss, Yun Nuashing's group used the black portal to arrive at the edge of the heavenly abyss. Just as Yao Hua was about to use the token to contact Empress Jean and the others, something happened before they could even stand firm. It wasn't a big deal to them, but to Yun Nuashing it was an extremely serious matter. She had never expected that the self-sealing seal would only last for such a short period of time. They hadn't stayed on the golden platform for long, perhaps less than a quarter of an hour. The energy in her body had already started to riot, and it was an exaggerated riot. It was better to say that the energy in her body had started to move on its own without her control. The speed at which it circulated in her meridians was extremely fast, with the head connecting with the tail, one cycle after another. Ding! Like the sound of a long sword lightly piercing a gem, an extremely clear sound rang out. After that, Yun Nuashing's beautiful face changed. She furrowed her brows tightly and clenched her teeth. The energy of stars, elemental energy, soul energy, spiritual energy, and spatial energy were all rioting within her body. The golden energy that represented divinity was rapidly moving within her body. The energy carrier seemed to have sensed that it was finally about to break the shackles that had existed for a long time. It let out a high-pitched shriek, cutting through the silence of the space. The energy of stars rushed out of the energy carrier on its own, spiraling to the side. Beside the carrier, there were dozens of doors standing there. However, it didn't seem to care about them, as it directly carried out the actions of advancing from the demigod rank to the demigod rank. The energy was extracted, compressed, and changed. The huge amount of energy gushed out from the energy carrier in an unending stream, causing those doors to creak as they collided. At the same time, within his soul, the seal placed in the spiritual light tower started to disintegrate by itself. The black speck hidden in the deepest part of the light essence seemed to have smelled the scent of freedom. The large-scale changes that originated from his spiritual strength made it extremely excited and impatiently rushed out of the prison. It even gave up on the light essence that was slowly being eroded by it, gushing towards all directions of his soul. However, before the black speck could disperse too far, his soul was suddenly enveloped by a golden sacred flame, permeating towards every corner of his soul. This caused the black speck to tremble, as it felt an extremely terrifying pressure from the golden flame. It was a complete opposition, as if it was its natural enemy. It took a long time to describe, but all of these things happened at the same time. The darkness in the soul started to riot due to the impending advancement, and the divinity also started to surge at this moment, opposing each other. In the energy carrier, the doors to the demigod rank were closing with a loud bang. The energy carrier poured out all of the energy, and at the same time it was also compressing it in the body. The star energy that Yun Nuashing possessed was the purest origin energy of the world other than the power of the demigod rank. It could accelerate the mutation, but it was very difficult, especially in the current situation where he couldn't control the situation at all. He also didn't have time to make any minute adjustments, and could only watch as the usually docile star energy messed around in his body. If it was an ordinary person, their eyes would have already rolled back, their legs would have kicked the ground, and they would have directly kicked the bucket. Regardless of how powerful Yun Nuashing was and how out of the norm he was, his body was still very fragile. Even if this degree of fragility was countless times stronger than other people, it was still the same. The impact from his body, the impact from his own body, the intensity of energy immediately exceeded what he could bear, causing his eyes to roll back and faint. Boom! When everyone came to their senses, they saw that Yun Nuashing had already fainted from the pain and was floating in the sky. Pillars of energy burst out from his body as if they were queuing up. There were star light pillars, elemental light pillars, and flame pillars condensed from divine flames. The energy was extremely violent, and when the dark, chaotic elements burst out, everyone was hit by the shock wave before they could react. Oh, it's starting now. Oh no, Little Star's condition isn't good. He has suppressed it for too long and finally can't suppress it anymore. Can he make it through? Yuan, she swung his sleeves and stabilized his body. He looked at the place where the light was bursting out with extreme seriousness. He was already a beginner God-level expert. Although he was only a divine son, his sensing ability was many times stronger than before. At this moment, he could sense what was happening to Yun Nuashing's body. It was as if all kinds of inflammable and explosive materials were mixed together, and they were constantly being stimulated. However, they were acting independently of each other. How could an ordinary person withstand this kind of fragmentation? Little Star! Xian was also anxious. She also couldn't do anything. Everyone present couldn't do anything. That kind of violent energy reaction. Even if almost everyone present was a beginner God-level expert, when faced with such a terrifying energy reaction, they could only watch or protect him. That kind of energy, if they got closer, would sweep them to the edge of the sky. This is a monster. How can a second seal's body contain so much energy? This is impossible. This is beyond the limit of the energy carrier. Chu Yingzhan pulled her robe and retreated continuously. The energy storm that swept over blew on her body, making her feel suffocated. She only felt better after retreating for 1,000 meters. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing, who was in the center of the energy explosion, in shock. This guy was indeed different from ordinary people. He was different from ordinary people from head to toe. How could such a terrifying energy capacity be possessed by a demon-level expert? This capacity was almost comparable to them, who had just advanced to the beginner God level. At this point, everyone understood a lot of things. For example, other people could fight against people of a higher level, but he could fight against people of a higher level. Moreover, he could fight against people of a higher level. Moreover, there was a natural chasm between them. When it came to fighting with one's life, he could fight against people of a higher level than him. For example, the exaggerated 12 elements, the exaggerated energy carrier capacity, and the exaggerated degree of energy purity. These things were directly related to one's strength. When placed on him, every one of them was many times stronger than an ordinary person's. Not to mention the things like cultivation techniques and secret techniques that he cultivated, as well as the heaven-defying things like divine weapons and divine weapons. With all of these things, it would be strange if he couldn't fight against people of a higher level. Everyone could understand these things with just a little thought. After they understood, they threw these useless thoughts to the back of their minds. They nervously looked at Yun Nuashing, who was violently advancing. The energy that supported his advancement all came from the small space within his body that had been imbued with an unknown amount of energy. At this moment, it was pouring out like a flood. Under the effects of the elements, divine flames, and various other factors, it was almost refined in an instant. Then it drilled into the energy carrier and was thrown out by the energy carrier. His aura also rapidly rose under everyone's shocked gazes. Second seal of the demon level. Fourth seal. Sixth seal. Sixth seal. Sixth seal. Seventh seal. Seventh seal. Ninth seal. Ninth seal. Looking at the degree of the tyrannical energy rising, everyone swallowed their cries. This speed of advancement was as if he had taken drugs. However, along with the rise of his aura, there was also that black aura, that dark aura that originated from his soul. Yin could not help but tighten her dress. At first, the dark aura and the divine aura were at the same level. However, as Yin Nuashing advanced in the demon level, the violent dark aura also rose, causing everyone's expressions to turn serious. They subconsciously condensed their energy, but when they thought that this trouble was caused by Yun Nuashing's own body, they felt a little discouraged and helpless. There was really nothing they could do. They were considered lucky, as their souls were not contaminated by the demonic aura or darkness due to their cultivation. However, Yun Nuashing's soul had been contaminated by the demonic aura. Not only had he turned black, but he had also condensed a dark origin seed. Didn't this mean that this guy was completely black from the inside out? The pitch-black aura was about to occupy his entire soul. At this moment, his body and soul were being controlled by others. In his spiritual world, Zi and the others were on guard, guarding the last area. They used their tyrannical strength to forcibly resist the pervasive dark aura, preventing it from completely contaminating Yun Nuashing's soul. As long as it was not completely contaminated by the dark aura, the demigod divine baptism would cleanse it completely. Buzz, swoosh! A loud sound suddenly came from the distant sky, causing Xian and the others, who were vigilant of their surroundings, to tremble. They hurriedly turned their gazes. There were actually people coming to this place at this time. Just as everyone thought that the commotion caused by the Yun Nua star had attracted some people and was about to do their best to stop them, the group of people in the distance appeared in front of them in a flash, causing them to be stunned. After being stunned for a moment, joy suddenly exploded in their eyes. It was not for anything else, but because the group of people who had arrived was Ning Qinshue's group. Ning Qinshue's jade-like hand stroked her long sea-blue hair. She had just stopped, but before she could say anything, Yao Hua let out an extremely exaggerated shout and then rushed towards the Golden Queen and the others. When everyone saw how exaggerated he was, they rolled their eyes but did not move. They all knew that this guy had a lot to say, and now he would not be happy if he did not say it out loud. As for the others, they were still very serious as they stared at Yun Nuashing, guarding against any problems with this guy. However, even if there was a problem, they could not solve it. Ning Qinshuo directly swept past Yao Hua with a leap and came to Xian's side. Looking at Yun Nuashing, who was in an energy storm, Mei Mao paused and hurriedly asked, "How is he? What happened?" Thus, Yao Hua spoke until the river water surged and his saliva flew everywhere. He spat out all his experiences in the past year in one breath. On the other side, Ming and Zian also explained everything clearly. Then Ning Qianxue and the others who had just come to rescue were all dumbfounded. That huge amount of information directly rushed into their minds crazily. In the end, they were all a little dizzy from listening to it. Roar! An extremely powerful dark aura swept out from Yun Nuoxing's body like a storm, wreaking havoc in this area. The power of the 10 elements condensed into a ball and danced wildly in the sky, as if it was reflecting Yao Hua's words and testifying for them. This roar also suddenly woke up the Golden Queen and the others. Everyone clenched their fists and suddenly became nervous. However, their heads were still dizzy. Although they knew that Yao Hua would not say anything to amuse them at this time, this amount of information was really too much. Even if they wanted to believe it, they had to slowly accept it. 5 elements realm. No wonder I could not even sense the location of the scepter during that time. Ning Qianxue seemed to be the one who accepted it the fastest and did not have much doubt. During that time, that is, when you went to the 5 elements realm, the connection between me and my scepter was completely severed. In the past, even if I was in the starry sky and Little Star was in the realm of the gods, although I could not contact it, I could still sense where my scepter was. However, you went to the 5 elements realm and crossed the 3 layers of the realm barrier. The connection between me and my scepter was directly severed. At that time, I thought that you all had caused some trouble in the Mystery Land and did not think about it. I did not expect. Ning Qianxue said. Yao Hua also took out the coffins of the 9 ancestors very straightforwardly. This time, the Golden Queen and the others had no choice but to believe it. Yuan Shi and the others had never seen it before. At this time, they also turned their gazes curiously. It was 9 huge, purple diamond-shaped crystals, surging with immortal power. 9 bodies with their eyes closed were sealed inside. After dozens of eras, those bodies were still exuding strong power, surging in the crystals. However, there was no breath of life or soul anymore. Their souls were no longer in the crystals. So, they are now in the process of advancing, crossing the barrier between the demon level and the demigod level in one go. Palace Master Jean had been looking at Yun Nuoxing. When he heard that she was Quarter Moon, the former 10th Palace Master, he was also stunned for a moment. However, he did not think much of it and quickly paid attention to the current situation. Can they succeed? It makes me nervous. Yao Hua scratched his head and looked nervously at Yun Nuoxing. The latter's breath was becoming more and more majestic. Logically speaking, he should have advanced to the demigod level long ago. However, the smell of his breath was still at the demon level. The dark breath was getting thicker and thicker, making everyone nervous. Just when everyone felt that the dark breath was about to fill up, the situation suddenly reversed. The golden flames that had been suppressed all this time suddenly exploded from Yun Nuoxing's body. At the same time, the breath that had stopped at the peak of the demon level started moving again and squeezed into the demigod level. The golden divine flames also became thicker and thicker as his breath increased. As Yun Nuoxing advanced to the demigod level, the self-disintegrating action of his energy carrier also stopped. The new star power mixed with the 10 elements and the dark breath condensed into new energy and poured into the energy carrier. The cold, dark breath actually seeped into it. As the golden flames grew stronger, the cold, dark breath on Yun Nuoxing's body gradually withered. If one looked closer, they would see that the golden flames were devouring the dark breath. The dark breath that was devoured quickly disintegrated and disappeared as if it was purified by the divine flames. It scuttled around Yun Nuoxing's body and occupied his entire body. His skin was originally as white as ice crystals, but now it was shining with a golden luster. The divine patterns on the divine body of Yun Nuoxing also sensed the changes in its master and began to stretch again. They extended over his body, and a complete pattern was drawn on the right side of his face. It looked a little demonic. The golden and red blood flowing in his veins was completely ignited by the golden flames. The divine imprints that were engraved on every corner of his body also emitted an extremely bright light. Hidden in the blood were golden energy patterns that couldn't be seen or recognized by the naked eye. At this moment, these patterns were also releasing an extremely dazzling light. Then, the golden and red blood finally turned completely golden. A vast, majestic aura slowly emerged from the blood. The pressure wasn't obvious. It seemed that the other people present didn't sense it. However, Ning Qianxue still sensed it, and her heart trembled. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was wrapped in all kinds of light, with shock and uncertainty. Her sea-blue eyes pierced through the layers of obstacles and directly saw Yun Nuoxing, who was floating in the light pillar with his eyes closed like a sleeping beauty. She said, "Great success of the ancient heavenly god's bloodline! Boom!" The moment Yun Nuoxing's aura reached its peak, a powerful wave suddenly spread out in all directions. It was like a shock wave, carrying an unparalleled and ancient majestic aura. Even Ning Qianxue couldn't withstand the pressure that contained the might of a heavenly god and was pushed back a distance. At this moment, it was as if the heavens and the earth were about to submit to it. This wasn't quite right, because the moment the wave ended, the sound of rolling thunder suddenly came from the sky. The earth and the air were trembling. Everyone could clearly feel that the surrounding temperature seemed to have increased by several levels. Moreover, the elemental power was completely chaotic and violent, condensing into large tornadoes in the air. The power of the stars came from beyond the heavens, penetrating through a great distance and descending on this place. Is she going to undergo the tribulation? The scene of the sea of stars filled Ming's jade-like hands tightly clenched. Yun Nuoxing didn't seem to have woken up yet. Undergoing the tribulation now wasn't a good situation. Buzz! Everyone also guessed what was going to happen, and their expressions changed. However, they were no longer worried because they saw a beam of starlight that traversed the heavens and the earth suddenly descend from the sky, enveloping Yun Nuoxing. At the same time, whether it was the rolling thunder or the violent elements, they were all sucked into the beam of starlight in an instant. Then the world became quiet. It was so quiet that it was as if nothing had happened. The sea of light also disappeared at this moment. Everyone was speechless. This fellow was really used to undergoing the tribulation. At this moment, he could directly devour the tribulation that he was supposed to undergo. Undergoing the tribulation should follow the rules of the heavens and the earth. Because of the disturbance in the rules caused by the overly special energy and the further strengthening of life, Little Star directly devoured the chaotic power of the rules of the heavens and the earth. The heavenly tribulation that was supposed to be painful, those are all tribulations derived from the rules and order, but he directly ate them as nutrients. Ning Qianxue saw this process very clearly. Even she felt very speechless. He avoided the suffering and directly obtained the advancement of the heavenly tribulation? Can this be done? The Golden Queen and the others were very calm. We are already used to it. As Yun Nuoxing completed his advancement, all the energy that was rumbling in his body once again calmed down. The cold, dark aura and the golden divine flames disappeared very completely, so much so that no one knew whether this was considered a success or not. Looking at his aura, he was now standing at the demigod 9th refinement stage. On the surface, there seemed to be no problem, but they were afraid that he would suddenly go berserk. There were really not many people here who could control him. They waited in such a strange manner for a few minutes, and no one went up to take a look. After a while, Yun Nuoxing slowly opened his eyes. A ray of familiar, colorful light shone from his gradually raised eyelids. It was not mixed with any violence or violent aura. His colorful eyes were still dazzling. His originally exquisite facial features were now even clearer and more beautiful. His skin was so smooth that it could be used as a mirror. It seemed that this divine transformation was already merciful by not turning him into a girl. Anyway, when everyone saw his appearance, they could not help but spit out mouthfuls of saliva. Xian had advanced to the demigod stage, completed the divine transformation, and became beautiful and had the aura of a fairy. Why did Yun Nuashing also transform in this direction? Yun Nuashing raised his head in a daze and looked at himself. His cheeks twitched. After a while, as if he had accepted his fate, he let out a long sigh. Then he observed his soul from head to toe. After a while, he said with some relief, "Fortunately, I finally succeeded. At least I did not fail this time. If he messed up this time, he would probably go crazy. He had already failed twice in a row. This could not be considered the last method. If he also failed, he might suddenly lose his direction. Even if he was once a demigod, he would still feel at a loss." Fortunately, the shackles that had bound him for a few years had finally been removed. From now on, he would be able to roam freely. Chapter 9:29. Little brother, you're awake? Princess Jean, the Water Empress, and the others came forward. The latter used Mei Mao to look at Yun Nuashing from head to toe. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that Yun Nuashing's current condition was unprecedentedly good. Perhaps it was because he had broken through the shackles, but the smile on his face was so big that it could almost reach the sky at this moment. It could not be concealed at all. Ning Qianxue directly rushed forward and checked him from head to toe. When she found that there was indeed no problem, she heaved a sigh of relief. Then she held his pretty face with her jade hands and squeezed it into a funny shape. Yun Nuashing resisted for a while and mumbled something that could not be understood. However, after a moment, he knew that his resistance was futile. He rolled his eyes and stopped struggling. Palace Master Jean appeared to be calmer. He coughed dryly to make the unscrupulous crowd quiet down. He waved his hand and was about to say something when Princess Jean took the lead and moved forward. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing strangely and said, "Hey, do you think we should call you Ancestor or Little Star?" The group of people behind him suddenly collapsed. Yun Nuashing's face was filled with black lines. No wonder Yao Hua and the others would say such things. It turned out that the adults in their family were also so frivolous. However, he already knew this. However, even if he knew, when these words were pressed on his face, it still made his cheeks twitch. In this life, at least for now, I will still be Yun Nuashing. There is no need to reveal the identity of Quarter Moon. Sister Jean, let's just be how we were before. Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. Palace Master Jean was still calm. At this moment, when he heard him say this, he went forward and patted him on the shoulder. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, you have advanced to the demigod level. You are not far from the beginner god level." Yun Nuashing shrugged. The demigod level was 9 changes. It would not be a problem for him to advance to the beginner god level any time. As for when he would completely step into that level, he could only say that it was up to fate. After all, he was not in a hurry. After a moment, Yun Nuashing told him about the reconstruction of the guardian formation of the divine realm. Although the 9 divine temples were now all gathered in the northern wilderness, the pillars of creation that they were in charge of were still erected in various places in the divine prefecture. The strange space where the pillars of creation were kept could be directly accessed from the temples. After the completion of the restoration, the formation would still be activated in the divine prefecture. It would not change the formation to be activated in the divine prefecture. Guardian formation. Palace Master Jean nodded. Palace Master Jean nodded. The information left behind by the ancestors did mention this guardian formation, but we have never found its remains. Perhaps our method is wrong. You may have to work on this yourself. If you need help, just let us know. The 9 deities halls will do our best. The group did not stay in this place for long. It was quite convenient to return to the 9 divine temples. Even Yao Hua and the others had a way to quickly return to the 9 divine temples. Therefore, in just 1 or 2 minutes, the group returned to the 9 divine temples through the portal that was unique to them. The news of Yun Nuoxing's return to the 9 divine temples was still flying around in the upper echelons. It was a piece of news that had to be spread immediately. The disciples who were cultivating in the training grounds under the sun were completely unaware of it. They only knew that there was a sudden commotion in the quiet main hall, causing many disciples to be confused. After looking at each other for a moment, they shook their heads and ignored it. Anyway, it was normal for their elders to be crazy all day long. The news about Yun Nuoxing was also quickly passed to all the upper echelons of the 9 divine temples. They were all excited. In any case, Jin Jinwang was drooling. Little Star finally has the metal element. Seeing him laughing like an idiot, Princess Jean decisively expressed that she did not know this guy. Oh, I'm finally home. In the main hall of the Fire God Temple, there was a huge hall that was decorated like a paradise. It was floating in the air, and it was no different from a fairyland. In fact, it was just a relatively ordinary hall. Every temple in the 9 divine temples had it. It was used to entertain distinguished guests, and when their own godsons were resting. At this time, Yao Hua and a large group of people had just entered. All of them used the speed of sound to sprint. They bumped into the sofa to grab a seat or rolled on the carpet. Xue Ling, and a group of girls sat elegantly on another row of sofas. Then they collectively looked at the group of boys with disdain. You're all a group of gods. Can't you be a little more serious? Princess Jean covered her face speechlessly. What kind of a group of weirdos did they teach? Which one of them came home to grab the sofa first? This group of gods that suddenly appeared made the elders of the 9 divine temples smile from ear to ear. Yao Hua and the others were not even 30 years old, but they had already entered the beginner god realm. This kind of achievement could break a lot of records anywhere. Moreover, it was estimated that they would not be surpassed even at the end of the world. Under normal circumstances, even if the 9 divine temples used all their efforts to cultivate a person with extremely high talent, under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for them to enter the beginner god realm without more than 100 years. The demigod realm and the hurdle from the demigod realm to the beginner god realm were easily crossed by them using the special characteristics of the Jia Su secret realm. With the assistance of the sky god realm, it was really difficult for them not to advance. After listening to the details of what had happened in the Jia Su secret realm, including the 2 sky god realm dojos, the great elders of the King of Gods and the others carefully checked this group of little guys again. When they found that there was no overdraft of talent that they were worried about, they heaved a sigh of relief. You guys really have to thank Little Star this time. Without the Sky God Realm Dojo, no matter how special the Jia Su Secret Realm was, you guys might be stuck at the Demigod Realm. Palace Master Jean immediately understood the most important part. Ordinary people would not be able to advance to the Beginner God Realm without dozens of years of accumulation. In the end, the harvest from the Sky God Realm Dojo was more important. Why don't you just cultivate for 100 years before coming out? At that time, you would probably have advanced to the divine underworld realm. Princess Jean said faintly, causing the gods and goddesses of the 9 divine temples to tremble and shake their heads vigorously. If they really cultivated in the golden cage for 100 years, they would go crazy from holding it in. Seeing that they were shaking their heads, Princess Jean could not help but roll her eyes. Without Little Star, you guys still want to come out in a year? You guys are really lucky to not have been imprisoned for 10,000 years. Everyone smiled bitterly. They did not know whether to laugh or cry. When they talked about other things, Palace Master Lei muttered to himself for a while. He also had the appearance of a young man, about 20 years old. He did not look too different from Yao Hua and the others in age. His delicate face was not as stern and dignified as the great elder of the Thunder God Palace. At a glance, He was full of friendliness. At this moment he muttered to himself for a while, and his clear voice was slightly low. Dark element. This element has already completely disappeared from the realm of the gods. The element on Little Star should be the last of it. Moreover, it is the primordial chaos element inherited from the primogenitor. I don't know if this is a disaster or a blessing. You guys do not speak carelessly, especially Yao Hua. When you talk nonsense, don't be impulsive and say it out loud. Palace Master Guang also reminded them sternly. What happened in the ancient era was recorded in detail in the dusty history of the 9 divine temples. They also knew how much damage the dark element had caused at that time. Those who had seen it would be shrouded in the shadow of the dark element for their entire lives. It was almost synonymous with fear. Being singled out for a lecture, Yao Hua shrunk his head and could only nod hurriedly. They also knew that this matter was of great importance. It would be better to keep this matter to themselves. However, we still have to prepare for the worst. What if what happened in the ancient era happens to Little Star again? Palace Master, who also pondered. As soon as he said this, everyone nodded. Such a thing was not impossible. There were not many people who still knew about the dark element, but there were definitely still some. Those transcendental great forces that had been passed down from the ancient era also had many masters of the dark element. However, after the incident in Little Divine Prefecture, they were either hidden away or eliminated. Seeing that their masters were nervously talking about something, the group of young people stuck out their tongues. Jining raised her jade-like neck and looked to the side. Only then did she realize that Yun Nuashing and the others were not here. Zian and Yuan, she were also not here. She could not help but ask curiously, "Where are Little Star and the others?" "They are at the Pillars of Creation. Do you want to go and take a look?" "Well, there is a portal on the 6th floor of the main hall. You will see it when you walk over." Princess Jean waved her hand and said, "Forget it. I will go and take a look too." The group of people nodded and then squeezed out of the hall. Yao Hua and the others were speechless as they watched their elders disappear all of a sudden. After pausing for a moment, they reluctantly got up from the sofa and walked towards the door. This was a boundless grassland. In the distance, there were undulating mountains. The blue sky and white clouds were clear and transparent. 2 suns hung high in the sky side by side. At the end of the grassland, there was a calm lake. Although it was called a lake, its area could not be seen at a glance. It was more like a majestic sea. On the surface of the sea, there were huge black metal pillars that formed a circle around the sea. In fact, this space represented the size of the entire divine prefecture. It was not as small as it looked. The distance between the 9 pillars of creation was also quite far. It was only the visual effect that made them look very close. However, if they were out of this space and exposed to the real world, they would be able to see one pillar, but not the other. This was not the first time they had seen the pillars of creation. However, seeing such a magnificent creation again, Zian and the others could not help but exclaim. Then they sat in a row on the grassland and looked at the sky calmly. In the sky, a huge black magic formation appeared. Its huge area covered the entire sky. Whether it was the sea or the grassland, everything was covered in it. The 9 pillars of creation were evenly divided into 9 points. The magic formation was somewhat fragmented. Transparent cracks densely covered the huge black magic formation. It looked like this magic formation was on the verge of collapse. Even so, it stubbornly revealed a powerful energy. Even if it did not explode, it made people who sensed it shudder with fear. It was as if once the magic formation was activated, they would be buried under its power. The black magic formation floated high in the sky. Densely packed, huge magic formations spread evenly below it. Golden lines surged out from the numerous magic formations and endlessly drilled into the black magic formation. Yun Nuashing's 6 wings stretched to a size of 10 feet. He floated at the edge of the sea and stretched out his right hand to control the huge number of magic formations. He sensed the situation in the black magic formation. She waited quietly beside him, ready to help at any time. After so many years, Yun Nuashing could not help but sigh when he sensed the great chaos formation of the divine prefecture again and saw how damaged it was. Back then, this was the work of him and the others. Countless efforts were poured into it. After being used once, it was destroyed because of the energy overload. This made his heart ache. It was even more difficult to repair it later. Now that he saw it again, he could not help but sigh. When the Jin princess, Yao Hua, and the others rushed in, they saw such a scene. Yuan, she was lying on the grassland, basking in the sun. When he saw the movement, he looked back and saw everyone hanging upside down. He could not help but smile and say, "Oh, you're all here. Come and sit." After a while, the group sat together in a row. All of them did not say a word and quietly watched the movement in the sky. So that's how it is. No wonder it couldn't be repaired back then. After a long time, Yun Nuashing opened his eyes and muttered to himself. His eyes shone with an indescribable light. "Brother Nua, is there a result?" She stood up from the sky and asked as she patted the non-existent dust off her body. Yun Nuashing nodded and raised his head to look at the chaos formation and said, "When it was activated in the past, the violent energy of the 5 formations connected together because the power was too strong. It damaged their own internal structure and even swallowed and destroyed a lot of the laws of heaven and earth. But this did not affect the original laws of heaven and earth." After pondering for a while, Yun Nuashing continued, "Let's put it simply. Let's assume that the 2 suns in the sky are the rules and order of the God world." At this moment, one of the suns suddenly disappeared. It disappeared on the surface, but its sunlight still shone on the God world. Therefore, nothing in the God world was affected. In other words, she stroked her chin and said, "The 5 formations back then devoured a part of the power of the laws. Because the formations were originally connected to the rules and order of heaven and earth of the God world. Even if a part of it was devoured, it did not completely destroy it. Therefore, the rules and order of heaven and earth of the God world were still intact. It was just that a part of the laws had moved to another place and did not stay in its original place." Yun Nuashing nodded. He pointed at the transparent cracks on the black formation and said, "Those are the wounds of the laws. They contain a large number of law fragments. The law fragments of the ancient era are no longer useful. They are the laws of the ancient era that have been preserved. I could not repair them back then because I did not understand them back then. I did not feel anything wrong when I looked at them back then. I only knew that it was damage caused by energy overload, but I did not know where it was damaged. It's like you are sick, but you do not necessarily know what it is." Yun Nuashing said, "Then why do you understand it now?" She was a little puzzled. "Because the laws have changed." Yun Nuashing waved his hand and pointed at the sky. "It is no longer the ancient era. The remaining laws and orders of the ancient era have been removed by Quarter Moon's God's declaration. The ancient era has truly come to an end. It is now a new era, and new laws and orders have long since reigned in the skies. However, the laws entangled in the formations are the laws of the ancient era. The 2 auras are the same, and I cannot feel any difference. It is only now that the new laws and orders have been born that I can feel the obvious difference." "Oh." She pondered for a moment and nodded after indicating that she understood. Then she looked up at him and asked, "How do we repair it?" "It won't be a problem to extract all the rule power that once belonged to the ancient era and replace it with the current rule power. It won't take long. The pillar of creation has such a function. We just need to guide it." Yun Nuashing smiled. "Speaking of which, Brother Nua, what is the deal with the pillar of creation?" She could not help but ask the question that she had been holding back for a long time. The pillar of creation was not left behind by Quarter Moon and the others. They were only the maintenance staff of the pillar of creation. They also borrowed the power of the pillar of creation to do something. But what was the deal with this pillar? That's a bit complicated. Yun Nuashing scratched his head as a look of reminiscence flashed across his eyes. After a moment, he said, "Back then, when Quarter Moon first saw the pillar of creation, she was only a mid-tier god. In fact, the pillar came to her on its own. It was very amazing. The pillar of creation did not have any intelligence or spirituality. At that time, it directly used an ethereal voice transmission to guide Quarter Moon to its door to repair the dark element that was about to be extinguished. Oh, by the way, because of the dark element explosion that formed the small divine land, a large amount of dark element energy was hidden under the divine realm. Although the dark element has now been channeled into the secret realms and various small worlds, a part of it was still absorbed by the pillars of creation in various parts of the divine realm. So, even if the dark element no longer exists in the divine realm, the dark element seal in the pillars will not break. However, in recent years, the light element has become weaker and weaker, so it had no choice but to repair it. You can guess what happened after that. Quarter Moon got the title of maintenance worker because of that. Yes, she is responsible for maintaining the greatest secret in the divine realm. It could be a secret that originated from the Dark Age or even the mythological era. Who knows? Yun Nuashing spread his hands. After discussing with Yi Shi for a while, the two were ready to act. In truth, the act was much simpler than expected. Yun Nuashing controlled the 9 pillars of creation and made them all rumble as they absorbed the primordial eras, law fragments, mixed in the chaos formation. On the other hand, Yi Shi was mobilizing the precepts of this world, slowly guiding them into the chaos formation according to Yun Nuashing's instructions. They were just starting the process, and the pillars of creation were already moving on their own, automatically absorbing the ancient precepts in the formation and replacing them with the current precepts of the world. However, the commotion was much bigger than expected. The 9 black metal pillars were now emitting 9-colored divine runes. They were like 9 giant rune pillars, and the rumbling energy made the world rumble. The sea below them was stirred up by huge waves as if it was going to smash the sky down. Streaks of starlight streaked across the space and descended. In the rolling sky, distorted ripples appeared in everyone's eyes. The transparent cracks in the black formation in the sky slowly dissipated, turning into a white aura that was injected into one of the pillars of creation. Then, the distorted sky slowly descended. From afar, it looked like a funnel, and the bottom of the funnel touched the center of the black formation. Strands of golden lines merged into the black formation and then quietly disappeared. The earth-shattering commotion made it impossible for everyone to lie down on the grass. They could only float in the air and watch the commotion. Then, they all expressed their calmness. After all, no matter what Yun Nuashing did, they would not be surprised anymore. They were already numb to it. Ding! The earth-shattering commotion did not last for long. Following a crisp sound, the world suddenly returned to normal. Everything quieted down, so quiet that it was as if nothing had happened. The sky was still the same, and there were no distortions. The sea was also so calm that there were no waves. Looking at the sky again, the transparent cracks in the black formation had completely disappeared. At this moment, it was slowly rotating in the sky. There was a powerful energy rumbling from the formation, and it made everyone's heart palpitate when they sensed it. That's it. Yi Shi had a strange expression. She just started, and then everything was done by herself. Yes, it's very simple, isn't it? Yun Nuashing nodded with a smile. Yi Shi was speechless. It was so simple that it made one's hair stand on end.